Happy Super Bowl Sunday, everybody. We are live from Canlan, West Dundee for the first of 4 Central States Championships. My name's Aaron Schellen. My broadcast partner today is Matt Donnelly. We're underway, Game 1. This is the Squirt Major Championship between the Yellowjackets and the Wilmette Junior Trevians. And Matt, you weren't here yesterday, and I don't know how much research you've done, but this Wilmette team, as we get a 2-on-1 right out of the chute, drop pass here, back the other way, save made on the back door, the puck is still loose, and they're going to say it's a goal. So 24 seconds in, Wilmette takes a 1-0 lead.
I didn't see that one go in, but you know, you were talking about this Wilmette team, and I did see they are quite the talented bunch here.
Wilmette comes into the regular season, comes into this championship game a perfect 30-0-0 in the regular season. They outscored their opponents 196-28.
My goodness.
In the regular season. This Yellowjackets team 26-2-2 on the year. Their only 2 losses to this Wilmette team. They lost 5-2 back on September 28th and then 5-0 on October 11th. Not only is this one of the best squirt hockey teams in Illinois, it is nationally ranked as one of the best squirt 10U under teams in the entire nation. They go on the road and they take on some of the AAA, higher AAA teams, Chicago Mission, teams like that, travel teams in the area. Not only do they hold their own, they win. They are 50-3 overall this season in all games. They are one of the best young teams in the country, and they're looking for perfection here today. Down the other way comes Braden Kiros, though, and that's shoveled wide in goal for Wilmette is Sebastian Perez, number 29, and trying to get to, I think it's Brendan Saunders down in goal to our left, number 10 it is. Here's O'Malley, Clark O'Malley, thrown forward from Merlis. Merlis to his right, he'll rip the wrist shot off the blocker of Saunders. Wilmette keeping the puck down in the far corner. Spinning there, nice move, shoveled out in front, thrown towards the goal. A couple of whacks at it by Clark O'Malley. That was a feed by Tommy O'Connor. That set that one up. 13-minute periods. We've got 4 games for you here today. Squirt Major, followed by Peewee Minor and Peewee Major. And then we'll finish up the day with the Bantam Minor, and then we'll all go watch some football. How does that sound, Matt?
That sounds pretty good to me. I mean, I can't think of a better way to spend my Sunday here, watching some great hockey here in West Dundee. And you were right about the junior Trevians here. They are, you know, obviously they've got the incredible talent, but they're physically very big. Mm-hmm. They can skate very fast. They're very accurate with their passes and stick handling. And it doesn't surprise me at all how much success they've had this season.
Lawson Frank goes down, but the Trevians score. Frank with the pass out in front as he gets taken down, trying to get a number on that. I think, what do we got? That's number 43. That's Julian Maneri, who goes 5-hole on Brendan Saunders, and Wilmette is up 2-0. That did not take long. Wilmette up 2-0 here in the first couple of minutes of period number 1.
And that was going to be a delayed penalty as well, I believe, for the trip approaching the goal, and then didn't really matter. He put it in anyway.
Did not really matter is right. So these 2 teams made it to this Squirt Major Championship. They both ran the table. The Yellowjackets went 3-0. They outscored their opponents 7-3 in those 3 games, and on the other side, the Wilmette Junior Trevians were 3-0, and they outscored their opponents 15-3 in the 3 games over the weekend, and they're picking up right where they left off yesterday and the day before. They're up 2-0 here early. Puck in the near corner, that's Dominic Song. Push it back over. I was talking to the parents of one of the other Squirt Major teams yesterday about this Wilmette team, and he said they just pass the puck so well for a Squirt team that it's really hard to stay with them. And we're seeing that. We are seeing that here early.
and all the games that they've played with each other throughout this season, and I'm sure well before this as well, you know, they've probably developed a very good chemistry amongst each other, and you know, they've gotten to the point where all this playing together, they've built a good trust and rapport.
Yeah. Both of these teams are on pretty extensive winning streaks. The Yellowjackets, including the postseason, have won 22 games in a row, while the Wilmette Junior Trevians have won 33 straight games. They have not lost a game since the beginning of October.
Wow.
As it's taken by the Yellowjackets here, cleared in by Mark Smith. And I want to quickly thank the manager for the Wilmette Junior Trevians. I sent a urgent email last night when I got home around 10 o'clock saying, hey, we didn't do any of your games yesterday. I need your roster ASAP so we can be ready to go for today. And I had it in my inbox this morning. So here's taking wide as Declan Regan. He'll put the shot on goal. It's sticked away easily by Perez. Now, 196 goals for, 28 against. That's less than a goal a game. They beat their opponents by an average of about 6.5 to 0.9. It's really, really impressive what they've done this season.
And when that's an average, you can only imagine what the higher end of that number looks like, too.
Yeah, I was going through some of their scores, and there were some 10-0s, some 14-0s, but most of their games were 6-0, 7-1. Like, they were just very, very consistent across the board here. Here's Frank with it. Pushes it forward. O'Connor into the attacking zone for Wilmette. Kept in at the point. It's backhanded towards the goal, and it'll end up behind the net. Slung around here by the Yellowjackets as they try to settle things down and get back into this.
And the key for the Yellowjackets here is they've been living in their own end all game. Get that puck out of their own zone and try and make something work here. And this is a good start, clearing it out past the blue line.
Yeah, need to get something going offensively. Don't necessarily need a goal, but definitely need a good shift or two here. Set up in the offensive zone, try to get some good puck movement, and just settle into the game here a little bit as that puck goes under the skate of Brooks Malia, now racing down for, I believe, Ethan Heleniak. It'll be Lawson Frank getting there first. Gives it away to Miles Seaworth. Now Montano tries to snake through the defense, has it on the backhand, the forehand, the shot in, and a score! That's what we were talking about, Matt. The Yellowjackets needed one. They're back within a goal. It's 2-1.
And if they're going to get back in this game, that's exactly what they need to do. They're going to need to capitalize on mistakes. That puck was just shot out of the zone and chased down and handled by the goalie there, but ultimately it was able to be resettled in by the Yellowjackets and then put a shot on net, get that rebound, put it back in, and right away it's a 2-1 game.
That was Miles Seaworth on the back door. And, you know, I was talking about this with Joe all day yesterday, that once you get to the playoffs, regular season truly doesn't matter. This is the only bracket that we've done in 2 weeks, both me and Joe and you and me, where it's been the 1-2 playing each other in the championship. We've got a game later today that's the 4 versus the 8.
Oh, wow.
So playoff, it's just a different beast. And everybody, I don't care whether you're 10 or 30, you grip that stick a little bit tighter in a championship game. Every penalty, every mistake gets amplified, and you just never know what's going to happen.
And it might sound odd as well, but maybe that 2-0 deficit was just what the Yellowjackets needed to settle them down. Say, hey, look, we're already down. We might as well go out and play hard and play aggressive.
Yep.
Nothing to be worried about now.
Collision there in the corner between Seaworth and Stefan Grigorov. You got 4 skaters, Grigorov down on his hands and knees, trying to get to his feet, and there's the whistle as Grigorov was down on top of the puck. Player safety is always a priority. Just a couple more notes on this Wilmette team. 30-0, as I mentioned, during the regular season. No losses, no ties. Only 2 teams even took them to overtime this year. 28 of their 30 wins here in the regular season came in regulation. It's really remarkable what they have done, but so far here, the Yellowjackets hanging tough. It's 2-1. Adrian Peters for the Yellowjackets. Shaq Nazarov loses the puck. That shot whistled wide by Brooks Actor up the near wall. Cecil has it taken away, and it's pushed out to center ice. Chopped right back by Wilmette, though. And if my voice sounds a little scratchy, well, I did 10 games here yesterday.
I'll forgive you, Aaron. It's okay.
10 games here yesterday. I was in the rink from 5:55 in the morning until about 9:10 at night. Went home, did a little bit of work, got into bed at about 10:30, and was back here at about 7 today.
I'm starting to think you like youth hockey or something.
You know what? Guilty. Oh, there's a giveaway there. McNamara, top of the near circle, tries to skate in, gets double teamed. Now has it behind the net. McNamara played really well for this Yellow Jackets team yesterday, as did Shaq Nazarov. Has the puck right here. Shaq Nazarov to backhand wide of the far post. We're in 3 different rinks here today. Matt and I here in West Dundee. We got Eric and Brandon in Glenview for the Squirt Prospect Red Tier 3, as well as the Squirt Minor Championships. And then we've got Mike and Ethan in Darien with the big kids. They're doing Bantam Major as well as the midget games. Those games should all be live at this point. Not really. Actually, I think the Squirt games don't start until like 9 because they only have 3 games over there today. Now here's Rayleigh for the Yellow Jackets. He'll skate in 2-on-1. Rayleigh the backhand through, and it's kicked away by Perez. Well, this Yellow Jackets team settled down, Matt. We said they needed a good shift. They got a good shift, and pun intended, the Yellow Jackets are buzzing here a little bit.
Indeed they are, and they're moving the puck a lot better than they were in those first few minutes, and not only able to get some shots off and get that goal, but they're able to create their own opportunities now and not just live off of the junior Trevian mistakes.
I mean, you were right in that maybe that 2-goal deficit early kind of gave them a kick in the pants and said, okay, we know what we're up against. Now we just got to play our game. And so far, so good. Here comes Rayleigh down the near wall.
Yeah, and it's a fine line because you can't get too relaxed and give up another goal and put yourself in an even bigger hole. But with a team as talented as the Yellow Jackets here, you know, that might be the kick in the pants, like you said, to settle them down. Yeah,
I mean, we talk about this junior Trevians team and what they've done this year, but again, the Yellow Jackets were 26-2-2. You know, it's not as if they were a 500 team. I mean, they were clearly the second best team in this Squirt Major Division this season, and you know, they took it to just about everybody. They played as well. The puck comes out front. The toe save made by Saunders. That took a funny bounce. Saunders didn't know where it was. He found it in the nick of time. Kept in at the far point, thrown deep. 2:26 left in the period.
And it's always interesting to see when a team who has great success during the regular season and isn't used to losing, how they're going to respond to adversity. Sometimes a little bit of adversity is all it takes to get down, or you can just get back right into your winning ways.
Maneri's shot, the save is swept away by Saunders. Now Heleniak cuts to his right. Heleniak near circle, rips the shot. The glove save. That was in and out of the glove of Perez, but we get a whistle and a face-off with 1:55 left here, first period. Wilmette with a 2-1 lead, but the Yellow Jackets have come to play. They are not backing down from this undefeated Wilmette Junior Trevians team. Draw to the left of Sebastian Perez. Face-off is won by Wilmette, swept over to the far wall. Here's Tristan Funk. Get underneath his stick, coming to the near corner. Up the wall, kept in at the near point by Song. Song goes D to D. Now in the far corner. Maneri, that puck just underneath his stick. Song able to get there and throw it deep. And if you're the Yellow Jackets, finish this 90 seconds strong. You'll be very happy with the way this first period went. You don't give up another one here, though.
Definitely, especially after how those first few minutes played out. You're down 2 early. If you can leave this period down only 2-1, that's a major win.
You get a collision in the corner, and Timothy McNamara is going to go to the box. And McNamara is saying there's something down there that caused him to trip, but he's going to go to the box for a tripping call, and Wilmette will go on power play with 1:03 left. 90-second power plays at this level. Wilmette scored a goal 13 seconds in, got another one a couple of minutes later, and it was looking like, here we go, Wilmette is doing their thing. But the Yellowjackets got one on a rebound, and they've been playing the Trevians here pretty even over the last 6 or 7 minutes of play. Huge minute here, though, as that puck's worked up the wall and out to center ice. Actor, and it's going to be a 2-man advantage as Actor gets tripped. I think that's going to be Keller Rayleigh going to the box. No, that's 27, Braden Kiros, who's going to go for the trip. So now the Yellowjackets are up against it. They're going to be 2 skaters short for 1 minute and 15 seconds. And with the passing and skill of this Wilmette Junior Trevians team, gotta be cautious if you're the Yellowjackets. Don't take any chances. If you can win the draw, get the puck and just fire it the length of the ice.
And it'll be even more impressive if they can escape this period now unscathed.
Yep. Back to the point. Actor's shot through, goes wide. Now we also have Anthony Volovach without a stick. He gets it back. D to D. Now Actor. Far circle. Shoots and scores. Well, there you go. That beat Brendan Saunders to the near side. It's a power play goal for Wilmette, and they're up 3-1.
And there's really not much you can do down 2 men. You know, the shooting speed, the shot speed of these junior Trevians is just so impressive that when you've got a couple extra bodies there in front to be able to screen, you can't blame anyone for letting one get past you on the far side. And another penalty coming up here.
Another penalty on the Yellowjackets. So this is, or is this going to be on? No, this is going to be on the Trevians. This is going to be on Cecil. Yeah, this is going to be on Gus Cecil. So it'll be 4 skaters to a side for 1 minute and 3 seconds, and then a very, very abbreviated power play for the Yellowjackets. It'll be about 27 seconds, but that'll be in period 2. Malia up the near wall. Pinched over there by the Yellowjackets. Volovach has it taken away by Mark Smith. And swept out to center ice with 8 seconds. Rayleigh across the blue line with 4. Drop pass Volovach, taken off his stick. Peters will throw it towards goal, but the horn will sound. Wilmette jumped out to a 2-0 lead. Yellowjackets got one back. Wilmette with a power play goal will send us to the second. Junior Trevians chasing perfection. Back here for period number 2, Matt Donnelly. My name's Aaron Schellen, and we have brought you here on Stream Sports Midwest between this weekend and last. By the time we get through today, 83 hockey games at 4 different locations, and it certainly couldn't have been done without the help of and all sorts of people. And Jimmy Wright, the Central States president, all of the team managers who Jimmy and I were scrambling last week and this week to get rosters put together for these games. So thank you to all of the managers who got us that information. That's a shot that's deflected right at the post but goes wide. the rink managers who made sure we were set up, had our tables, had our Ethernet, had everything we needed to put on these games for those of you at home. And I hope those of you at home are enjoying this. And I'm glad you didn't have to come out today. Stay home, watch the game, let us do the work for you. It's going to be offsides. Rayleigh in just ahead of the play. Didn't like that call. Arms up as McNamara came in the far side. So yeah, this is definitely a labor of love for myself and everybody that's involved. Matt, you were with me today, with me last Sunday, my broadcast partner with the Chicago Dogs during the summer. Joe Williamson, he was with me yesterday, was with me last Saturday. Eric Willowite, Brandon Januska, Mike Napolitano, Ethan Wiles, all of the students we had come help us with from the Illinois Media School this year. It's just been a lot of fun. First year here with Central States. By the time we get to the end of this weekend, we will have done north of 160 Central States games this year. And hoping for more next year. Hoping to expand next year. Always looking to grow, right?
Oh, definitely. And I can speak for myself and all the other students at Illinois Media School that we're very thankful for this opportunity to get out, call some hockey, get this experience with you here, Aaron. And we're all very appreciative of you as well.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Otherwise, I'd be by myself today.
That's true.
And I mean, I've called hockey by myself, but lots of hockey by myself before, but it's not easy.
Definitely mutually beneficial today.
Yeah, for sure. Top of the near circle, thrown wide of the nets. It was Calder Jackson, or excuse me, that was Gorkoff, Brandon Gorkoff, 99. Back to the point, kept in over there, backhanded in by Tapio, but Wilmette will take possession. Now Stefan Grigorov. O'Malley. His pass doesn't find its way through. Now McNamara up the near wall, gets buried along the boards by Frank, and Lawson Frank is going to go to the penalty box for a trip. So a chance here for the Yellowjackets with a 5-on-4 for the next 90 seconds.
And we saw this in the first period where they were able to capitalize on a mistake to get their first goal of the game. We'll see if this can result in another goal for the Yellowjackets. And this is going to be one of those games where you're going to have to take advantage of any mistakes that the junior Trevians give you, as they're playing fast and explosive themselves. And you need to get the scoring up, because I can promise you both teams, they're not going to stick at this score for the rest of the game.
Yeah, if you're the Yellowjackets, you really need a goal here. I mean, you got to get to at least 4 against a team that gives up less than a goal a game. So you got to take advantage of situations like this. Here's Montano near point. Puck deflected up in the air, far corner. Rayleigh gets bumped off the puck. Taken away by Brooks Actor. Actor turns his net. Worked out into center ice. Jack O'Connor will dump it deep with a minute left on the power play. McNamara behind his own nets. So these two teams played twice this year. A 5-2 win for Wilmette on September 28th. And a 5-0 win on October 11th. Here's Rayleigh, his shot. Bounces down, comes over by the near circle. Kept in by Rayleigh at the points. And a steal there by Julian Maneri, and now he'll come down 1-on-1, 1-on-4 now. Maneri to his right. Taken off his stick by Jackson. Calder Jackson. Top of the near circle, the shot. Ooh, glove save made by Sebastian Perez. I feel like if your name is Calder, you got to play hockey.
You have to.
Got to play hockey. You got an award named after you.
It's a birthright there, and it seems like for me the Yellowjackets coming out here, they're going to really need to. We got 21 seconds left in this power play. Get a few shots on goal and really just make sure that the pressure is applied, because this is not what they want to see it clear here by the junior Trevians. Well,
you talked about adversity in the first period, and when a team goes 30-0 in Central States and 50-3 overall, there isn't a lot of adversity that you face during the regular season. So if you're the Yellowjackets here and you can get one and you can keep this thing around, if you can keep this thing at a goal going into the third period, you just never know.
And you mentioned the fact that they've lost twice already to the junior Trevians. How important do you think that is, playing in this championship game, that they've gotten a couple games already under their belt?
I mean, I think it's important, but, you know, I think it's also a little different than like the NFL, where they talk about how it's so hard to beat the same team 3 times in 1 year.
Right.
Especially at this level, talent overcomes more often than not. Here's a shot through on the back door. O'Connor tries to tip, but it goes wide. So I think, you know, there's some, you know the team, you know the players, you know their strengths, you know their weaknesses, but again, you know, the Yellowjackets are going to need a lucky bounce here and there. They're going to need Wilmette to make some uncharacteristic mistakes. We'll see if they can get there, though. They're still hanging in there, down 3-1 with 8:40 left in the second period. Second period, got to change the scorebug here to reflect. McNamara will skate in front of his own nets. He'll come up the near wall with it. Seaworth will sweep it in. He's the goal scorer for the Yellowjackets. Knocked away. Marlon Saul. There's a giveaway behind the net. Swept out in front. McNamara shoots. That's blocked. Giving up the body was Nathaniel Moon. Now Funk. He overskates. Puck comes back to the blue line where Heleniak will pick it up for the Yellowjackets. Go cross ice. Maximus Tapio giveaway there, but the Trevians are changing.
And that was a great block just a moment ago by Moon.
Yep.
He gave up his entire body and almost got hit in the face with that one as well, able to avoid it, but very impressive to lay his body out there to get in front of the shot.
And McNamara was in between the circles. That's prime goal scoring territory, and Moon laid out, and that's what you got to do. It's part of being a hockey player, is standing in front of the rubber. Elevated pass out to Peters at center ice. Peters 1-on-2, gets bumped by Frank, runs into Frank. Now Lawson Frank turns his net. Puck rolls out in front of him, gets cut off by Gorkov. Gets it back. Right in front of us, Grigorov now. Far side, Maneri. Cecil up. I think that may have hit Saunders in the mask. That puck comes out in front. It's in the paints, and the Yellowjackets will dig it out. Ethan Heleniak now down the near wall. He'll dump and go chase.
Yeah, I think it hit him in the mask, and then it just flew straight up, and he was a little confused as to where the puck was for a second. Thankfully for the Yellowjackets, it all turned out okay.
Far point shot. Volovac is gloved easily by Perez with 6:26 left in the second period. So we will, once the game is over, they will hand out the second place banner and the championship banner. When they get to that point, Matt and I will mute our mics, and we'll just have kind of that ambient crowd noise, and we'll let you watch that. We're going to stay live throughout all the games, so we won't be bringing the stream down. We'll be just muting our mics and resting our voices for game 2.
We saw this last week as well, but it's a great crowd here today.
Yep.
A lot of good cheering, positive cheering for both teams, which we love to see here.
Yeah, we talk about positive energy, right? And a lot of youth sport parents. There's a left toe save made by Derek Burgess is in goal now.
No whistle yet
for the Yellowjackets, and he'll come out with it. Yeah, we talk about positive energy. You know, a lot of youth sport parents get bad raps, but you know, when you're cheering for your kid, you're cheering for their teams, and you don't spend the whole game yelling at the officials. That's what I'm talking about when I say positive energy, and so far so good here in game 1.
It can make a big difference in the atmosphere of a game, and so far It's been a great competitive energy today.
Montano spins at the circle. On his forehand, he shoots it wide. Got a lot on that. Swept deep. Calder Jackson has it taken away. And the Trevians get it out to center ice. Merlis double teamed. Camden Montano snaking through the defense, gets bumped at the blue line, loses the puck. They'll come out to the neutral zone where Anthony Volovac will dump. He gets knocked down, almost to give away at the blue line, and that's the stuff we're talking about. Those are the opportunities for the Yellowjackets. You got to at least get a shot on goal. lose the puck back into your own nets, into your own zone rather, and Timothy McNamara will throw it out. And, oh, that hits the linesman. That's going to lead to a 2-on-1. Rayleigh, the pass behind Shaq Nazarov. And, ooh, the Yellowjackets almost caught a break. Now Moon the other way, top of the near circle, drives, gets bumped nicely by Adrian Peters. No body checking allowed at this level, but Peters used his body masterfully there on Moon.
That was good. He was just able to get his body in front of his body and make a stop there. No checking.
Stick checked is O'Connor as he tries to pull the trigger and can't. Shot from the far circle off the stick of Dominic Song is gobbled up by Derek Burgess.
And you hate to see it if you're the Yellowjackets, because that 2-on-1 opportunity, it almost seemed like a freak event getting an assist by the referee there. You'd love to see, if you're a Yellowjacket, to get at least a shot on goal there, if not actually be able to score it on a two-man advantage there. But it wouldn't have it.
Yep.
But we'll see if they're able to get some more of that kind of momentum going forward. It's still good,
well,
and we might see it right
another
here.
2-on-1 here. It's McNamara and Rayleigh was offsides again. Second time today he's gone offsides on an odd man rush, and he's beside himself.
Yeah, and you'd like to see right now to contain as best as you can your emotions. There's still a lot of game left to be played, and you don't want to give up any silly mistakes going forward just out of pure frustration. You want to stay composed and level-headed, as it's, you know, it's a 2-goal advantage for the Junior Trevians here, but definitely not insurmountable. The more you beat yourself up, though, the more that can slip away into further mistakes. So we'll see how the Yellowjackets are able to collect themselves here. And we've seen that happen a couple times now, where a couple offsides on some advantages, but that's going to have to be something that they settle down going forward if they'd like to get back in this game.
Puck behind the net, stopping there with it is McNamara. He'll spin back to his forehand with 3.5 minutes left. Turns up ice, gets double teamed. Maximus Tapio back along the far wall, but only white jerseys over there. Jack O'Connor gets pinned up against the boards. Yellowjackets will try the near side. Swept back deep by Marlon Saul, and now out. Rayleigh will come out 1-on-2, knocked away from him by O'Connor. Sharp turn by Rayleigh, but he's 1-on-3, takes it to his left. Defender falls, Rayleigh rips the shot. The save is made by Perez. So we're under 3 minutes left in the second. Rayleigh loses his stick, goes to the bench. And now Moon takes it for Wilmette. Heleniak, 3-on-1 down in the corner. Moon doing a good job just pinning the puck against the wall, waiting for his line mates to come out after a change. Grigorov runs into Montano and goes down. Saul at the near point. That's cleared out. Gorkov. Heleniak across the blue line. Heleniak to his right, throws it to space, and we're going to get a penalty called on Wilmette for the trip. Another chance for the Yellowjackets with 2:15 left.
And interesting to see, it looks like no call on Tristan Funk there for the little extra hit there at the end, but it looks like the Yellowjackets will be on the advantage here.
We got 90 seconds here. They can get a goal on this power play. Get themselves back within one going to the third. McNamara looking at the crowd, trying to get them up and going.
And like you said, Aaron, with how good the Junior Trevians have been this year, it is impressive that the Yellowjackets are able to make these opportunities for themselves. Of course, they'd like to capitalize on some of them, but it just goes to show most teams do not get these kind of advantages or situations against the Junior Trevians.
Yep. You got to finish. You get the chances, you got to finish. McNamara at the point. He'll walk forward, drags, shoots. Perez with the save. Stolen behind the net. Going down in the corner And that allows the Trevians to come out with it. Funk looking for Actor. Actor across the blue line. He'll stop the half wall. Now A-frames in the corner to kill some time. Heleniak kicks it to his stick. It's cut off at center ice. Right up the middle, a breakaway for Gorkov. He unwinds. The shot and the save is off the glove of Perez. Would have loved to have seen Gorkov try to stick handle that one rather than the slap shot from in between the dots.
Could definitely tell he was excited just to get the opportunity that wide open at the goal there.
McNamara's shot is deflected into the far corner. 23 seconds left on the power play, about a minute left in the period. Funk gets around Montano. He's in the corner. He gets bumped by McNamara. Puck thrown into the slot, and the Yellowjackets will come out with it 3-on-2. McNamara forward to Heleniak. Heleniak will stop at the near point. Goes cross ice, Calder Jackson. Jackson rips the shot that deflects wide. Seaworth overskates it, blows a tire. Jackson takes it away. Seaworth behind the net, back to his forehand. And puck is stolen there. The shot and the save made by Perez, looking very confident and comfortable in goal as he scooped up that wrist shot with ease.
Yeah, Perez has been able to handle a lot of slap shots or further out shots from the Yellowjackets here today, and I think their best attempt at scoring going forward is going to have to be a little bit of deception, a little bit of stick handling up front, get them to one side and then go back on the other side of the net.
Back to 5 to a side, 25 seconds left in the period. Draws one by the Yellowjackets. Tapio gets tied up at the blue line. Now Maneri knocked away from him. Braden Kiros taken down from behind, and we're going to get another penalty on Wilmette. The third power play opportunity of the game for the Yellowjackets. They got to find a way to get one. Wilmette's giving them the opportunities to hang around. Yellowjackets got to find a way to finish, though.
And what was that, a trip on Mark Smith there, number 11 for the junior Trevians?
Yep. Face-off will come to the left of Sebastian Perez with 9 seconds left in the period. Still enough time for the Yellowjackets to get a clean face-off win and a good look. It'll be Adrian Peters. Face-off is won over to the half wall, back to the point. D to D, McNamara with 3. McNamara rips the shot, and the glove save by Perez as the horn sounds. Well, we went into the first period 3-1. We will come out of the second period with it still 3-1. Wilmette is 14 minutes away from a perfect season. .13 minutes left to go. Wilmette's hanging on to a 3-1 lead and giving this Yellowjackets team some opportunities Yellowjackets on their third power play of the game, and chance right at the horn as McNamara couldn't beat Sebastian Perez. Draws one forward by Jackson, tries to get around Song and can't. Near half wall, McNamara pinches, keeps it in, shovels it forward a little, but back to play, it's Actor. Actor turns the net, whiffs. Now the far half wall with it. Wilmette's fine, keeping the puck right along that half wall. Jackson knocks it down. It comes out by the blue line and skated out by Harrison Merlis. Nice drag by McNamara to take possession. He'll dump it in. Actor back for it with Miles Seaworth on the forecheck. Merlis clears it the length of the ice, and if it has the legs, we'll have an icing.
Looks like it will.
It has the legs, and we'll have an icing. 12-13 left, 34 seconds left on the power play. Wilmette looking to finish their Central States 2025-26 season. Playoffs included 34-0-0. 30-0 in the regular season, 3-0 here in the round robin tournaments. And one more win to cap it off today. And the Yellowjackets looking for really a dramatic upset if they can figure out a way to get a couple here in the period. McNamara near circle. He'll skate it wide, has it below the red line. Now behind the net. Back to the point, Montano. Montano loses the puck. Back check though is Heleniak, and Heleniak now skates forward with it. Heleniak has it taken away along the end wall. That's cleared out. And the penalty is up, and here's a giveaway. Nathaniel Moon across the blue line. Has it in the corner. Behind the net, taken over by the Yellowjackets.
And I think that's one of the most impressive things from the junior Trevians today is their ability to eliminate mistakes.
Yeah, they've made a couple. And, you know, the tripping penalties and stick infractions, and, you know, they've made a couple, but they've been stout enough defensively to not have it hurt. That's going to be a penalty on Camden Montano for taking down it's Dominic Song along the near wall, so a power play opportunity now for Wilmette with 11 minutes left.
And that was a good stick there in front of the net by Timothy McNamara to be able to take away that one-time backdoor chance for the junior Trevians. They are on the shorthanded side now, but still very, very good job by McNamara to get that puck out of the way.
McNamara has been excellent in this tournament. We saw his games yesterday, and he has been terrific. Number 8 in black and gold. Kept in there at the near point. Behind the net into the feet of Adrian Peters. He gets it as far as his bench, but it's kept in by Wilmette with 1:08 left on the power play. Falling down behind the net, Clark O'Malley. That lets the Yellowjackets take possession for the moment. Now Stefan Grigorov back to the point. Maneri shot through. Puck back to the near half wall. Not kept in. That'll come out to Malia. Malia near half, drop pass, almost a giveaway. Frank in between the circles, that's chopped up in the air. Thrown in on goal, that'll go wide of Derek Burgess. And that will be cleared the length of the ice for an icing.
And not what you'd like to see here to start the third period for the Yellowjackets, just in the sense that you'd like to see with only 9:50 left in this game. You'd like to get some offensive opportunities going down at the other end. Definitely not an area where you'd like to be living around your own goal, much like we saw in that first period. If they can clear this, get back, and start having some of their own aggressive offensive attacks, I think that's what the Yellowjackets are going to be looking to see here.
And they got to start taking some chances at some point, right? Down by 2 here with under 10 minutes left, so you get through this power play and maybe a pinch a little bit aggressively at the point. A little bit more aggressive on the forecheck as you try to force a turnover in the attacking zone as Actor spins away from the hit in the corner, and Wilmette skate that out to center ice.
And that's what you like to see for the Yellowjackets there, is to rush down on those power play clears now that the power play has ended, it looks like, for the Yellowjackets. But you'd like to see that, crashing the boards on that and getting some sticks on that down on the other side.
They're going to have to be aggressive here to give themselves a chance, but that leads to situations like this. Potential 3-on-2. Merla stops the near circle. He'll sling it opposite corner. Off the wall, up and out. Declan Regan gets triple teamed right in front of the penalty box. Merlis across the blue line for Wilmette, top of the far circle. Shot knocked down by Volovac. Behind the net. Now along the near goal line, puck's behind the net. It comes out the near side, and it's going to be scaled the length of the ice. I think it's going to go wide of the net. It will, and that'll be an icing.
And that was close there on Sebastian Perez. You saw him coming out of his blue crease there just ever so slightly right before the puck got there for icing. It could have been dangerous there.
Yeah, stay away from the puck. If it's going to be icing, let him ice it.
Stay in your crease.
8:22 left. Wilmette still up 3-1. All the scoring so far in the first period.
I think we really saw both teams settle down defensively after that. They both had some great opportunities.
Song rips the shot into the glove of Burgess. Yeah, it's been, we saw a couple of clean looks for both sides, but nothing since that first period that's really been kind of what you would consider high danger. It's been a very good defensive battle since that first period.
Yeah, strategic almost, and you could tell the skill of these teams are really coming out in their defensive play later on. It was just almost who was able to execute offensively early that seems to be the difference here so far.
Jack Nazarov bangs it off the wall, trying to race for the puck as Rayleigh gets cut off by Jack O'Connor. O'Connor with a ton of speed up through center ice. O'Connor tries to cut to his left, and then he loses the puck at the last minute. Kid was shot out of a cannon there. Now Maximus Tapio looking for Rayleigh, but that pass a little bit behind him. Back to get the puck here, Dominic Song for the Junior Trevians. Up the wall softly. Montano tries to pinch, and this is what we're talking about. You got to pinch. And almost leads to a 2-on-1. Jack Nazarov back to Rayleigh. Now Tapio through center ice. Tapio to his left, and it's going to be an offsides as Ethan Heleniak was astride in ahead of the play.
And we've seen that a few times throughout this game where the Yellowjackets are just a step ahead and offsides there. And that's something they're going to have to clean up. Final 7:17 left in this game here.
Yeah, they had a 2-on-1 back in, I think it was the second period that was blown down because of an offsides, and those are just the chances. You can't miss those chances against this Wilmette team. You got to play almost perfectly and take advantage of every one of their mistakes. They've made a few today. Now here's a chance. Here's Regan. Cross ice pass, and good stick work there by Mark Smith to break up that 2-on-1. Heleniak steals the puck. Regan has it knocked away. Heleniak takes it back. It's taken away from him by Tristan Funk, and now Funk with Maneri on his left. It's in the corner with 6.5 left.
And that was just a risky pass by Regan earlier in front of the net. He had 4 Junior Trevians there in front of the net, and the risk to try and shoot it through there to his guy, it didn't make it, but good idea.
That'll be an offsides on Wilmette with 6:27 left. So the next game on the agenda is a Peewee minor matchup, and that'll be between, who will that be between? That will be between Gotta find the teams. I believe it's the Vikings and the Blues. We'll have that for you coming up next.
We saw some good hockey out of the Blues last week in Romeoville, me and you did, Aaron.
We did.
That was in their slightly lower regions there, I believe blue and white we were doing last week. And
yep.
We saw some fantastic hockey, good stuff. And again, what we see here from the Squirt Major, both of these teams here awfully impressive on this Super Bowl Sunday today. You'd like to see a little bit of a push here from the Yellowjackets, and hopefully for their sake they're not too tired being worn out here. And I think that's one of the underrated things that the junior Trevians have been able to do is wear down their opposing teams.
Well, they're going to need to. They're going to need to figure something out here. Is they're going to get another power play opportunity.
And I think it's one of those, it's a championship game, so of course, if you win this game, you're obviously ecstatic if you're the junior Trevians. But at the same time, if this was not the championship game, and you know, even though it is, I think the coaches will go back and look at this game and point out a lot of the mistakes. And even if this does end up becoming a junior Trevian victory, this will be a game that they'll look back to and say, hey, look, there was a little bit of sloppy play here. A few penalties that maybe shouldn't have happened. A couple opportunities that were squandered by offsides here and there.
There's always an opportunity for growth.
Always.
And Wilmette trying to hang on for the next 6 minutes, and you can worry about that growth tomorrow if you're Wilmette. If you can figure out the next six minutes and get through today, you celebrate today, and then you deal with growth tomorrow, right? McNamara keeps it in at the point. His shot, and Perez is there to make the save. So yeah, next up we have the Orland Park Vikings against the Chicago Blues for the Peewee Minor Championship. That's a 3 versus a 4. And then in the Peewee Major Division, which is game 3 of the day, it'll be Wilmette, which is the top seed, against the Winnetka Warriors. And then the final game of the day is Bantam Minor, and that'll be, you're going to get tired of me saying this, maybe, the Wilmette Junior Trevians, Bantam Minor, against the Peoria Junior Mustangs. This Wilmette program, especially at these younger levels, is really second to none in the Chicagoland area. Driving the net, the shorthanded bid goes wide of the near post.
Yeah, it almost seems like every other game we're doing involves Wilmette, and it's just so impressive to see their track record of making it this far and producing so much good hockey.
Well, it's 3 out of 4 games today sees a Wilmette team in it. So near circle, McNamara will take the shot. Good deflection there by O'Connor, and that's cleared out. And icing is going to be waved off as the puck won't have the legs. Heleniak will turn with 4:40 left. Pass a little too far out in front of Montano. Song will spin back into his own zone with 10 seconds, finds Cecil. Cecil gains the red line and dumps it in. That'll just about do it on the power play. And time is running out on the Yellowjackets here, down to 4.5 minutes left. They still trail 3-1. There's Miles Seaworth. Pass up to Heleniak. Heleniak softly to Adrian Peters. Peters down the near wall, gets knocked down by Song. The arms stay down, and Cecil and Shaq Nazarov will battle for the puck. It's Shaq Nazarov now forward to Montano, who backhands it deep as we're under 4 minutes now. Far corner with it, Dominic Song. It's cross ice past Gus Cecil out to center ice, and smartly gains the red line and dumps before he goes for a change. Kept in over at the far point. Now dragging it to the near side. Maneri, he'll turn, and puck rolls on him.
And you'll take this all day if you're the junior Trevians, hanging out in the Yellowjackets end.
Yeah, of course.
Eating up some time. Final under 3.5 left to play here.
You guys need to back up.
And this is one of those opportunities we're talking about, maybe for the Yellowjackets to get some pressure on the junior Trevians.
And they need to get some shots on goal. They haven't had many opportunities, but Sebastian Perez has been really solid in net. There's Song now. Plays catch with his D partner with under 3 minutes. Regan will throw it deep. Puck out in front. Regan tries to shovel it towards the goal, but Brooks Malia is there to take the puck out, and Trevians work it to center ice. Maneri. O'Connor has his pocket picked. Now Gorkov, 1-on-3, will dump it chase as we're down to 2:20 left.
This might be one of their final pushes that they get with the change to get some fresh legs on. Got to be aggressive here.
Keeping an eye on Derek Burgess down in net. He's still there, and it's hard to pull your goalie when you struggle to have consistent offensive zone time, but hey, now's an opportunity. This is going to be another penalty on Wilmette, so you have to think that the Yellowjackets are going to pull their goalie and try to go 6-on-4 here with 2 minutes left. And I'm looking over at their coaches, and right now it's still hand up, stay where you are, but we will see shortly as that'll be another penalty on the Trevians. The 5th time they've been shorthanded in this one. They've done a good job. They've killed off every power play.
And I think one of the hesitations for the Yellowjackets here is, looks like we'll have a timeout here.
Hold that thought.
Yeah, I will.
We're going to take a break. We'll be back. 2 minutes, 3 seconds left. Wilmette with a 3-1 lead. Two minutes and 3 seconds are all that separate Wilmette from a perfect season. And they are up 3-1. They are shorthanded. Draws one cleanly. D to D. Shot through, up off the blocker, and that's behind the net. I thought that bounced down and in, but bounced behind the net. McNamara keeps it in at the near point. He'll take the shot through some traffic. Who Rayleigh almost tipped that in the near side. Wilmette, go ahead.
Before that timeout, I was going to say this is one of the things that maybe the Yellowjackets were a little hesitant on pulling their goalie, is the fact that the junior Trevians are so good at clearing that puck as they are now, and that's going to sail a little bit wide right for an icing. But that's got to be a concern for the Yellowjackets, is making sure not only that they're able to put the puck on net and score in this situation. If you give up that empty net, the game's essentially over at this point.
Yep. And you got to take a chance if you're the Yellowjackets here, down by 2. Minute 27 left, 54 seconds left on the penalty to Nathaniel Moon. Clean face-off win for the Trevians, and that's cleared out. McNamara We'll have to come all the way back as I think it's gonna be icing. The puck jumped up on edge. Should be another icing, and Wilmette's fine with this. You know, you kill 8 to 10 seconds every time you are able to get the puck out of the zone, and we'll have another face-off. It'll be Heleniak again. Pair of 91s going at it. Heleniak and Jack O'Connor in the face-off dots. It's won by the Yellowjackets. McNamara holds. It's pinched in the corner. And cleared out. This one was deflected, though, and now we have a race for the puck. It'll be Grigorov racing for the puck, and that's a hit in the corner, and surprised we didn't see an arm go up there as Stefan Grigorov with a hard hit in that corner. We're down under a minute. Long pass, Calder Jackson just chips it as far as the blue line. The elevated shot, the puck bounces, and we're gonna have another icing. 38.2.
Like you said, Aaron, I would 100% trade off an icing for an attempt to just float it down there and get that game-sealing goal.
Yep, especially when the Yellowjackets need 2, so every second is critical. So even if you're killing 5 or 6 seconds and then you end up with another offensive zone face-off for the Yellowjackets, if you're Wilmette, you're fine with that. Yellowjackets win it cleanly. The shot from the point, the deflection ends up at the feet of Sebastian Perez, but he follows it all the way in.
And I'm surprised to see here with 6 attackers on the ice that there's not more Yellowjackets up around Perez trying to screen him and muffle up his visibility as the puck's coming in. They seem to all be a little bit further back out, looking for the shot.
Face-off win here by the Trevians. Montano, far half wall, loses it. The puck comes out. We're down to 25 seconds, and it'll be real tough for the Yellowjackets here. Gorkov swept away from him, kept in at the points by Montano. That's going to come out to the neutral zone with 10. McNamara across the blue line. Has his pocket picked. Montano with 3, 2, 1, and it is perfection for the Wilmette Junior Trevians. 34-0 in the regular season and postseason. They are your 2025-26 Central States Squirt Major champions. They came in as the best team in the conference, in the division, and they end the season as the best team in the division. Congratulations to the Wilmette Junior Trevians. The Yellowjackets gave them all they could handle, though. They had some opportunities. They just couldn't finish. The Yellowjackets will finish with the second place banner. Any final thoughts before we turn our mics off and let the crowd do its thing?
Yeah, this was my first time this season getting to see the Squirt Major Junior Trevians, but everything that they were pinned to be, it was 100% true. Very talented group, very consistent group. I wouldn't say they were, too overly flashy. The thing that stuck out to me the most was just how good fundamentally they were in every phase of the game, and we could see that, how they were just able to suffocate the Yellowjackets with their talent. But to the Yellowjackets' credit, they made a lot of situations that a lot of teams would not be able to make against this Junior Trevian team, holding them to only 3 goals, getting to score a goal here. A very valiant effort by the Yellowjackets, very impressive.
So that's going to do it here for Game 1 for Matt and I. Stick around, watch the banner presentation. We'll be back with the Peewee Minor Championships coming up next.
Good morning, folks, and welcome back to Canlan Sports here in West Dundee, Illinois, as we're getting set for our Peewee Minor Championship between the number 3 Orland Park Vikings and the number 4 Blues of Chicago. Both teams doing very well in their playoff bracket and their round robin, going 3-0. The number 3 Vikings coming into this with a regular season record of 18-6, where the Blues come in with a record of 15-8. These teams have faced off twice so far this season, with the Vikings winning both by a score of 7-3 on October 26th and a score of 11-2 on December 20th. My name is Matt Donnelly, joined by my broadcast partner, Aaron Schellen, and we are in for hopefully a treat today. We were treated to a fantastic Game 1 in the Squirt's major division with the Junior Trevians winning that one, and we are underway here in our Peewee Minor Championship here as the Vikings get a shot on goal, send that around the board where the Blues look to gain control, but kept in by the Vikings.
And if we learned anything from the playoffs, it's that what happened in the regular season didn't matter. We got a 3-4 matchup here. The next game is a 1-2 matchup, but the final game, the Bantam Minor matchup, is a 4 versus an 8. The regular season is great, but when you get to the playoffs, Matt, it is a entirely different beast.
Blues send the puck all the way down for icing here, and you're right, Aaron, because truly anything can happen on this championship Sunday here, and we've seen so much good hockey over the past couple weeks here in the playoffs. And really what it comes down to, I think, is minimizing mistakes and then capitalizing on the other team's mistakes as the faceoff is won by the Blues as they take it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point, Matt. I mean, every mistake gets amplified in the playoffs, especially in a one-game scenario like this. You know, if you're in a best-of-3, you can make a mistake, lose a game, and then come back and win the next 2. But in a one-and-done type scenario, every mistake that gets made is huge.
Walls with a shot, block it off by Endy as they control the puck back in again, with the Blues getting a couple shots off, going around the net here. Endy able to hold firm in his cross. There's the Vikings take it up with Cantor, bringing it up the ice, looking for a pass here. Is tripped up and taken away by the Blues defender.
Cantori was so good yesterday for the Orland Park Vikings in their championship clinching game. Scored a couple of goals.
As Janiak sends it around the net, controlled by the Blues.
And both goalies in this game, both for the Blues and then Talon Endy down to our right for the Orland Park Vikings, were literal brick walls in net. They were both phenomenal in their games. The Blues took down the top seed Express, who had only lost 1 game in the regular season. Blues beat them 17 seconds into overtime to take that game 3-2. But hot goalies can win you some playoff games.
That's true, and especially when some of these skaters might be a little bit tired, playing 3 games over the course of 2 days here. Definitely not something that these players aren't used to, but at the same time, those legs could be a little bit worn down, and then it really comes down to who's more solid in the crease as the Vikings look to take it up the ice, bringing it across the red line, getting in onsides here as Condon looks. The shot is saved by Thomas Lagunas.
Yeah, Lagunas was so rock solid in yesterday's win over the Express, and then Talon Endy. It's a very different vibe. You look down to our right, Talon Endy is a really, really big kid. Down to our left, Lagunas, a little bit smaller, but covers a lot of ground with his size, and he's very comfortable with his blocker and his glove. This was a couple of really good goalies going at each other here this morning in game 2 of 4.
Mercer wins that faceoff for the Vikings as they keep it in inside the blue line, as they'll chip it in by Hoffner.
In Orland Park, the fans, they travel well. They were one of the loudest crowds we had yesterday, and the side down to our right is filled. I'm going to give you a quick shot here. We got Orland Park
shirtless
fans
boys
going
over there.
here, all the way filled down over there. There you see Matt Donnelly. And then behind Matt, we've got some shirtless young men who are rooting on the Vikings. So this Vikings team traveling well, and they have filled this rink, and they will be loud.
Well, you know, Aaron, if you're going to travel over an hour, and that shot there is blocked by Lagunas, as the puck is still kept in, just going wide left of Lagunas, as the Blues look to maintain possessions, but it's kept in by the Vikings.
A good start here for Orland Park.
And that's going to be crucial to make some chances for yourself early as that puck is sent down. Icing is waved off. We'll see. It'll continue to be waved off as both teams will change. And yeah, Aaron, if you're a Vikings fan or family member, you might as well show out if you're going to, and get a little loud if you're going to drive over an hour to get here today.
Well, what else do you got to do this morning, right? I mean, Super Bowl's not till tonight. The morning before the Super Bowl is for hockey.
Exactly. That's how it's always been for us here. As that puck is sent down again around the Blues net as they look to clear it, and that pass is able to connect as they bring it across. With Talkin having pressure applied by the Vikings, and that chance at the net is gloved by Talon Endy. So the faceoff will come out to the left of him.
A very calm in net, number 75 in white, Talon Endy.
And you hit the nail on the head, Aaron. He's very physically imposing.
Yeah, he's
in
a big,
net
big
there.
kid in goal. Big kid in goal. And yesterday, if he was faced up on the shooter, he couldn't be beat. He got beat a couple of times with some quick passes, getting him moving in goal. But he had a terrific game yesterday in the Vikings win to get to this championship game.
The Blues are going to have to get a little creative with their methods of how to score the goal, and we have an offsides here.
What we saw yesterday in a lot of these games at the Squirt, especially at the Squirt and Peewee level, shorter goalies can be beat if you go up underneath the crossbar because their shoulders don't get to the crossbar. That isn't the case with Endy. Endy is you said imposing. His shoulders are above the crossbar. Even when he drops into the butterfly, he covers a large portion of the net. So you got to be really specific on where you put the puck against him.
Blues doing a good job of keeping the puck in the Viking zone. Here's that shot, goes right off the blocker of Endy, and it's cleared out to the Vikings as they look to push it up ahead, and that misses the anticipated Viking there, but icing is called off. No icing here as the Vikings look to play that puck in around the net for the Blues, and now there will be a whistle. We'll see what that's about.
Not entirely sure.
A little bit late for icing.
We're going to get a penalty called?
Looks like it on the Vikings.
We're getting matching minors on Graf and Cantore. So 5 to a side. And that last shot down to our right for the Blues, that was Walls. He scored a goal for the Blues yesterday.
And like you said, when you just look at both nets here, there's a lot more room on the Blues side, but still very good in net for Thomas Lagunas of the Blues.
Lagunas was so good against the Express yesterday. But yeah, I mean, you know, goalie a little bit smaller can be beat if you can get that puck up underneath the crossbar.
As that pass is kept in.
That's a good keep.
By the Vikings with Janiak, as the several Blues defenders are there to wrangle up that puck and clear it out, as now they're on the attack going in past the blue line. No change here for either side as the Blues look to keep it in, where they haven't been able to have any sustained pressure for the most part, other than a few shots on net.
I watched this Blues team yesterday, and then when I was preparing this morning and I looked at the head-to-head between these two teams, I was shocked at the success that the Vikings had against the Blues this year. 7-3 and 11-2. Completely surprised me. I wasn't expecting that at all. As this Blues team was impressive yesterday, but Orland Park, they handled them well during the regular season. And again, regular season doesn't mean a whole lot once you get to the playoffs, but it's definitely something that surprised me when I was getting ready this morning.
Yeah, if you were to ask me right now what the final scores of their previous games between these two would be, I definitely would not guess any goal differentials of that large of a margin as the Vikings look to take it up. But Walls is able to be there with his stick up on the board here as there's some pressure with Plam getting the puck out. And they're going to be called for offsides. No, not offsides, as that shot goes on goal.
I heard a whistle, too. I'm not sure if that came from one of the other rinks, but I heard a whistle, too. Jordan Plum, number 23 for the Vikings.
It looked like he might have been offsides.
He might have been. I've watched this kid play for a couple of years. Used to play in the Romeoville Huskies system, now part of the Orland Park Vikings. A very talented young man. Had a bit of a struggle yesterday. Was in the penalty box 3 times.
And so far early in this game, other than the offsetting minors, nothing too serious. No advantages yet for either team as the Vikings send that in wide of the net, down around the net where the Blues will take control, look to clear it up the board. And they'll send it up to no man's land where the Vikings will take over, and a little bit of back and forth here with the puck as the Vikings come out with it with Plam. Offsides waved off as that puck trickles in before the net, not even handled there by Lagunas. As the Blues look to push it further up, a little bit of miscommunication as Khatib didn't quite know where the puck was in that situation, but now he's got it back, looking for a teammate to pass it to. Once again, a little bit of back and forth as now it'll be cleared out where the Blues will take control of the puck. Looking to pass it up with Fielder as he sends it in around the boards. Crashing in for Talkin. And that is open up front with that shot by Creamer. Yeah, going wide left.
That shot by Creamer from the point was exactly how the Blues scored both of their regulation goals against the Express. Slap shots from the near point. One beat the goalie clean, the other led to a rebound and a score. So it's the style of offense they play. Take the shots from the point, get some traffic out in front.
Yeah, and that's going to have to be, like we said early, that redirection, that miscommunication, or misleading of Endy. That's going to be how you get it, because you're not going to power it past him with how large he is in the crease there. You're going to have to confuse him a little bit. As Creamer looks to set another shot on, but that's blocked by defenders of the Vikings up front, as they'll now take it up the ice in past the blue line. That pass missing the mark, but kept in there by the Vikings as they look to continue applying some pressure here with 5:07 left in the first. We're past the halfway point as that puck misses and is cleared back out as the Vikings look to maintain possession, keeping it in on their side of the ice with McDonald fighting for the puck. Blues applying a good amount of pressure here. First time we've seen this aggressive approach by the Blues so far in this game. They're looking to attack and capitalize.
Again, doesn't look like a team that lost to the Vikings by 5 and by 7 this year.
Not at all. As the Vikings will dump in and go for a change with Janiak clearing that puck in. As the Blues look to successfully take it up, but the Vikings are able to push that puck back into their own zone. A little bouncing puck in front. A little weird ricochet coming out right in front of the goal.
The boards here, especially on down to our left, are a little funky, especially over by the Zamboni doors. We've seen some funny bounces this weekend.
And that shot goes wide left of Endy as the puck circulates back around the board. Condon applies pressure, and he takes it. And that shot is blockered off by Lagunas as that shot is saved once again by Lagunas. So 2 good opportunities there for the Vikings on net and 2 good saves by Thomas Lagunas.
Condon scored a goal yesterday, stole the puck away from Creamer and found Galloway right on the back doorstep. But Lagunas getting himself to that far post and picking up right where he left off yesterday, as he has been solid in net for the Chicago Blues.
And we'll see here with 3:47 left what the Vikings can continue to do in terms of applying pressure. And that one is scored by the Vikings off the face-off. The assist coming from Alex Milas, and we'll see who that goal scorer was. That was number...
It's Dominic Cantori, number 6.
Dominic Cantori.
That was a nice feed out in
Very
front.
nice.
Cantori, a big target, just to flex it up into the nets, and the Vikings break through. It's 1-0.
And that's what you'd like to see if you're the Vikings coming off. You aren't able to apply some of that pressure early, and then you're able to get a shot on net and finally see it going, and we'll see an offsides there So very good right there to put it back in for Dominic Cantori. And we'll see if this is, with 3:33 left in the first, how much this could be a momentum swinger. We've seen this across the past couple of weeks, that sometimes one goal can lead to two, two can lead to three, and so we'll see if any of this momentum is sustained here, or if the Blues can counter, as it looks like the Vikings are keeping the puck in early.
Galloway with some dangles down low.
And it looks like the Blues are looking to attack, but that's pushed away, and the Vikings will take it back up. As it circles back around, as the Vikings keep the puck in. Looking for another opportunity in front of the net, but that's intercepted by the Blues. Lucas Walls.
Galloway out front again, but good stick work by the Blues. Smith put himself off sides.
So we'll send that one back in with 2:45 left in the first. Both teams will go ahead and get some fresh legs out there on the ice. As Plam will face off against Khatib here to our left. As that is won by the Vikings, kept in. And Sand sends it in on goal with a little bouncing puck saved by Lagunas.
Those are dangerous shots, those bouncing pucks, the knuckle pucks, if you will. Never really know where it's gonna go, but nice job by Lagunas to stick with it.
And that's what you'd like to see if you're either team right now, is just getting those opportunities, because you never know how it's gonna bounce. You never know what could happen to get that extra edge here. And it's, like you said, Aaron, it's not gonna be, in our opinion, at least yet, it's not looking like it's gonna be a major goal deficit game, but now we've got an opportunity here in front by the Vikings, as that is ushered away by the Blues defenders out in front of the net. Taken up the ice by Matthew Gracie, as he'll send it in, and kept in by Viduto. Cleared back out by the Vikings, just past the stick of Plam. And that's a nice little steal there, and it looks like we might. No arms raised yet, no.
Orland Park fans wanted a call there as Plum was knocked down.
As Khatib gets a shot on, blockered away by Endy.
An easy save for Talon Endy, saw that all the way.
Kept in by the Blues as the puck is rolling around in front. Nobody seems to have quite clear possession of it as the Vikings are able to take it away.
Cooper Maximu comes out of the pack with the puck.
As the Blues are doing a good job keeping the puck in with 1:20 left in this first period. And finally, the Vikings are able to take control of the puck a little bit more, looking a nice little move there.
Jordan
by
Plum.
Plam.
Yeah, Plum really quick on his feet.
Now it looks like Sang gets a shot that is gloved by Lagunas. So we've seen some good stick work by Plum so far in this first period, with just under a minute left for the first period. As Recchia takes it up, who is met with some commotion by McDonald, who's then able to send the puck back up across, and now the Vikings are looking to send a puck going just to the left side of Lagunas. Kept back in by the Vikings as Recchia turns up the ice. He's got two defenders in front of him, looks to just put a shot on that is gloved easily by Endy.
Yeah, I mean, you're coming up ice 1-on-4. Recchia, not a bad idea. Put a shot on goal. We've seen some goalies miss on some slap shots from the outside this year, but this weekend. But at worst, you get yourself an offensive zone faceoff.
As the Blues are able to keep that one in. As a potential 2-on-1, as Kip looks to send the puck up, but then the backhand Almost a second one there by Cantore.
Cantore almost got his second, but Lagunas stopped the initial shot and the rebound.
And time will expire here in the first period as the Vikings lead 1-0. We're heading to the second period. Start of the second period here at Canlan Sports in West Dundee as the Orland Park Vikings have a 1-0 lead over the
Chicago Blues.
Chicago Blues.
Got your wrong rosters.
I did, yeah. Well, I looked down and I saw the Junior Trevians, and I said, well, that's not who's playing right now.
No, they play in every other game today.
Yeah.
Game 1, 3, and 4, we'll see the Junior Trevians, but game 2, we got Orland Park and the Chicago Blues.
Yes, we do. Should have known, but the Junior Trevians, I saw that, and I said, well, catches you off guard a little bit, but here we have an offsides early with 12 seconds gone by so far in the second period as our face-off will go to the far side. Won by the Blues as they attempt to clear it up, and that will not go far enough for icing, with the Vikings letting that puck breathe a little bit, getting all the way down to the end line. With Gracie attempting to hold the puck in. Pressure applied by two Vikings as Graff sends it up to his wing partner, Dunaway.
Dunaway was a goal scorer for the Leafs. Scored the first goal, or excuse me, for the Blues. They wear the same colors, so it throws me. But yeah, Dunaway scored the first goal of the game for the Blues in yesterday's game. Not a big kid, but strong on the puck, and his goal was on a rebound, so he was down in the crease area.
Shifty with a good stick handler as well, and I've done the same thing, Aaron. We got Leafs right in front of us at mid-ice, so that can make it a little bit confusing.
And they both wear blue and white.
Yeah.
It's in and they've got black road jerseys. And
Dunaway sends that up with Andy holding firm at his position. As now
slap shot chunked a little bit by Graff, but I think we're gonna have a penalty.
Yeah, it looked like there was a little bit of checking along the near boards here.
The wall, yep. Officials saw that. I believe who's gonna go? Is it gonna be Galloway? It's gonna be Galloway,
like
number 80. Yep.
So we'll see what the Blues can do with their first or second advantage so far here today in this game. Not able to capitalize on anything in the first period, but they're able to keep the puck in as Creamer looks on over to his right side, passed on up, open lane for the Blues, and just missing the one-timer. Looked to be Talkin, who just missed it there.
That was Talkin on the near doorstep, just couldn't get his stick on the puck.
Creamer setting it up back in front now as Walls sees it go by. Creamer one more time, setting up with a little shifty spin around, but that's taken by the Vikings. as that is Plum, who's taking it all the way up by himself solo.
And Creamer blew a tire there. If he had been able to complete that spin around, he had all sorts of space walking towards goal.
Had a lot of room there as Recchia now takes it up in front of 2 defenders as that puck bounces to his right as Walls is now looking for it.
It's going to be a hand pass if the Blues touch it first. They don't, so it's waved off. Recchia's a big kid. You made the comment before the game. You said he's huge. Yeah,
he is a big boy.
He's a big kid, number 9 in black, big target.
As he's slapping his stick for the puck there, looking for the open shot. From his angle right now, he's got a great look.
I was walking by him and his mom before the game, and they were taking pictures, like they're taking, over in the far corner, they're taking pictures of all the players before their game. And Mom was fixing his hair, and he kept trying to readjust it. And Mom goes, "Stop touching it."
That's a hockey mom for you. As the puck is bouncing up in the air a couple times now, as Recchia has got it, as that floats just high of the net. Maybe a stick got in there to elevate it up a little bit higher. But Plum is doing his best to get control as he sends it around the boards to nobody, as that's able to then be kept in by the Blues, as they'll have to come back on sides. As Dixis keeps it in for Walls. Walls comes up, and that shot is blocked by Endy.
A nice drive to the net by Walls, but Endy holding the near post. Pretty easy stop for him.
Gracie looks to send it back up, but Sand is now alone with 5 defenders there, as the whistle has not blown in our game here, and the Blues are looking for an odd man advantage, bringing it back up. That looks like Talkin, as he looks.
He had nobody to pass to either.
Anybody.
Yeah, the Blues were changing down to, really to our left.
That looks to be Graff, who is able to send it on over to Manning, but that puck is stolen by the Vikings, and that pass is then deflected off of a skate. As the power play has now expired, there's 9:45 left here in the second period. As the Vikings are looking for a chance with Milas, shooting that just wide to the right. Now there's a little fight for the puck over on the far side, as that's cleared around as the Blues gain control. Din gives up the puck, as the Blues are looking to get back into some kind of offensive rhythm here after that failed power play conversion, as Cantori shifts in, weaves left and right as he hits the center, and he scores! Dominic Cantor with his second goal of the game.
Up underneath the crossbar by Cantore, and we talked about this earlier. Some of the shorter goalies can be beat upstairs, and Cantori goes bar down for his second of the game, and it's 2-0.
And just an impressive ability of him to weave in and out, get his angle, and then elevate it high up over the shoulder.
2 goals yesterday for Cantori, 2 more here today, and he's given his team a 2-0 lead. So some margin for error now for the Vikings midway through this game.
And a very balanced offensive attack so far for the Vikings, able to hold firm on defense and then get back and capitalize on some of these chances, as the Blues are now looking to get a little bit more faster and aggressive with their play, as Walls takes it up, sends it to nobody once again, as that is sent in by Stryzek. And that pass going just wide, or that shot rather, going just wide left as Stryzek sends it in, but is stopped once again by the Blues, as Walls looks to advance it further for the Blues, as he's looking for a man to pass it to, as he sends it in front, and that's stopped by Endy.
That was Dunaway in front, drove the net, was able to settle the puck down, and now the Blues are going to have going to be called for a penalty. But that was a nice feed by Walls, finding Dunaway. Endy standing tall, and now the Vikings are going to be a man up for the next 2 minutes, already up 2-0.
One of their best chances all game so far, and now Walls is in the box. One of the Blues' better stick handlers and facilitators of getting the puck up the ice. He's going to be in the box now, so we'll see if the Vikings are able to capitalize and take advantage of this with 8:01 left in the second. Palm stands in for the faceoff for the Vikings as the Vikings win that. Move the puck around.
Cantori looking for the hat trick.
And now a 2-on-1 advantage. Recchia is there, and no whistle is going to be called on that one, but the Blues are able to keep it in front of the net as Endy is able to make another save.
I don't know how there was no call there. Tauken got taken down in front of the net.
And the stick of the Viking defender was the primary reason as to why he went down, too. He didn't just blow a fuse there.
Yeah, I'm surprised there was no penalty called for a takedown from behind, but impressive by Tauken there to get a shot off and really get a lot on it as he was falling down.
So a minute 39 left in this power play for the Vikings. 7:35 left in the second period as the Vikings send it in with nobody back deep as the Blues are able to bring it around the net.
We haven't seen a hat trick so far this weekend. Not on this rink anyway. There may have been one on one of the other rinks throughout the course of the weekend. But
and Cantori's got the puck looking for his third of the game, and that's saved by Lagunas.
Yeah, that was my points. Dominic Cantori's got as good a chance as anybody. 2 goals halfway through the game.
And he'll change getting off the ice here, spending 45 seconds of that power play on the ice. Some good shot attempts there for him, and we'll get some fresh legs on the ice for both teams. Mercer stands in for the Vikings, and that is won by the Blues as they center it around, but nobody back deep for the Blues on the far side of the board. So kept in by the Vikings, looking to add another goal as that bouncing puck is saved by Lagunas.
Yeah, Lagunas. Puck got out in front of him on the rebound, but there was no traffic in front. The Blues did a good job of keeping the Vikings out of the paint area, so rebound dropped in front of him. He was able to stick it to himself and cover up.
Solid shot there by Cal Condon. Just keeping it a little close to the ice there, not able to elevate it as that puck is then sent out. Good job for the Blues here, clearing with under a minute left in the power play with 6:50 left in the second. As the Vikings look to push the puck up as that goes just wide of the stick of the Vikings, and the Blues are able to take control of it. As that puck is sent up to Fielder, it bounces away as he's able to gain control of it, but a good stick there by Condon.
They got back defensively. Fielder, for a second, that looked like it might have been a breakaway, but good back check work by Condon with his stick.
Now Galloway sends the puck in, gloved by Lagunas, as we'll have a whistle here with 13 seconds left on the power play and 6:13 left in this second period.
Yeah, halfway home, Blues need to get something going offensively. Haven't had a lot of traffic in front of Talon Endy. They got to get through the next 13 seconds and try to get some offensive pressure, see if you can get this lead cut in half before the end of the period.
And if you're the Vikings, you'd like to see that third or even fourth goal go in by the time the third period rolls around. Then you'll really start to feel confident with your chances going forward in this championship. And no whistle here as there's some contact as some players go down. But now we have Dunaway, who gives up the puck to the Vikings. As that puck is cleared in, we'll see if that goes for an icing, and it will go for an icing. So the power play is all over now. 5:54 left in the second, and we will now have a face-off in the Vikings' end. And all said and done, it's been a good performance for both teams so far. They've both been able to move the puck, and it's just been the Vikings so far that have been able to capitalize on their opportunities.
That's been Dominic Cantore.
It's been Dominic Cantore and Endy in net.
Yep, Cantore's been the only one who's been able to break through today, and Talon Endy continues to play solid in net for the Vikings.
Now the Viking, it looks like Cantore actually is being sent out of the faceoff as that puck is kept in and gloved by Endy. Quick shot off of the faceoff win for the Blues.
Yep. From the outside of that far circle.
Looks like that might be Walls, yeah.
Walls over there.
Only player on the Blues with a 70s number is Walls.
Makes it easy to find, right?
It does, yeah. As the puck is sent around with Cantori holding firm to it, but not able to clear as that puck is kept in and it's deflected up in front of the net. But no dice for the Blues on that attempt. That is sent in by Manning, glove down, and sent back up by the Vikings. As that pass by Janiak is offsides. Oh, and now a little bit of contact there.
Yeah, Kip getting into it along the far wall after the whistle, but
looks like Kip and Dixis.
Yeah, nothing too egregious, so no penalties.
5:18 left in the second period. As the Vikings look to continue their push and add another one here in the final 5 minutes. As the puck is sent in, but then sent around by the Blues. As they look to hold possession of it, going toward the Vikings' end. As Din was able to just send it in there, in behind the Vikings' net. And that pass is sent out and still held up against the far side board. And that puck is sent right in front of the Vikings' net, and it looked like that was sent out right as an attacker was right in front of the goal. Sent back out, no shot opportunity available for the Blues, as now it's being sent out by the Vikings. As Plum looks to get a shot on goal, and that's saved by Thomas Lagunas.
That was a good shot by Plum there to generate an offensive zone face-off.
That puck is kept in by the Vikings, sent back around the net. With Stryzek sending it clear across the ice, where the Vikings will hold it in. And sent back out in front with a good stick there by Galloway. However, that puck is cleared back up for the Blues, and now Recchia looks to send it around where the Vikings
good keep.
Get it out to Creamer, where he sends it in just to the right of ND.
It's played with a high stick. The Vikings touched it first.
So a little bit of hesitation there in touching the puck again. But now it's back out into the Blues' end as they look to regroup. Fielder going off of his stick as Galloway takes it. Sends that puck across over. Back one extra pass there missing, and now Fielder comes up with it, looking for Recchia as he looks to
move.
Get around, and he's got the one opportunity, and it goes just to the right of Endy.
I think it got sticked a little bit behind the net, or it got sticked on the way through, so it went wide.
Blues able to control the puck, hold it into the zone as a floater goes in front, but that's blocked in front by Galloway. As he misses the puck once, but then is able to send it back again as he connects with Condon. But loses it and sent back out to Smith as Cantori steals it back from Smith. Wraps that puck around with Stryzek, and now that shot is gloved by Endy, in and out of his glove as it pops out. Another good opportunity for the Blues, and now we're going to have a penalty against the Vikings.
That was Tauken again. He's played really, really well for the Blues here this morning. He's been noticeable offensively, had a couple of opportunities on that shift, and the last one draws a penalty on Orland Park, so another chance here for the Blues to cut this lead in half before we go to the third period.
Looks like that's Vedito that's in the penalty box for the Vikings, so we'll see if the Blues are able to get anything going offensively. We've got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this second period. About to start this 2-minute penalty. And this would be a great opportunity for the Blues to get something going into the third period rather.
It's not football yet.
Not football yet.
5:30 kickoff, and this Patriots fan is anxious
I can imagine you are, Aaron.
For 5:30 today.
It'll be a good game one way or another.
This actually works out perfectly because this gives me something to distract me most of the day because we're not going to get out of here till probably 3:30ish.
Yeah.
So this gives me something to distract me all because otherwise I'd just be sitting in my basement like, is it kickoff yet? Is it kickoff yet? So this is good.
Good to keep your mind off of it,
Yeah.
and then you can focus on worrying later as the Blues look to get a advantage attack here.
Oh, I don't worry. I've seen 11 championships in the last 20
Yeah, what do
years.
you have to worry about,
I don't
Mr.
worry.
Boston?
I just sit and enjoy it.
One of the most blessed cities in all of sports, Boston, Massachusetts.
That's 100% right. I was joking with my partner yesterday, Joe Williamson. I said, Joe, did you know that there are 6-year-olds living in Boston who have never seen the Patriots win the Super Bowl?
So sad
It's
for
tragic.
those 6-year-olds.
It's tragic.
26 years old over here and have still 15 years shy of seeing the Bears win a championship. So
I watched that Super Bowl, too. I'm old enough to remember
There
that
you
one.
go.
I was 9 when the Bears put a beat down on my beloved Pats.
and a good chance there for
It was Plum.
Plum,
Yeah,
getting
it was-
all the way to the goal, and that's just
Either-
shouldered off by
It
Lagunas.
was either his shoulder or his stick, but either way.
Able to
Plum,
shove that
yeah,
off to the right.
Plum breaking in all alone.
Now Sand takes it up for the Vikings. Defended by Gracie. And that pass goes just out. And now the Blues are able to take control, bring it into their zone, and now some contact up around the board.
Penalty on Orland Park. That's checking, and you cannot do that. You can't lead with the body. Like if you reach for the puck and there's a collision, they'll let that go. But when you lead with the body like that, it's going to be called almost every single time at this age level.
And so now there will be a two-man advantage.
Yeah, just 7 seconds, but that's enough time if you can win a face-off cleanly to set up on a 5-on-3 and get a good look.
So 20, just a tick under 28 seconds in the second period. 7 minutes left on the first penalty and a full 2 on the second one. As they will face off just to the right of Endy. 5 players for the Blues, 3 for the Vikings as Walls takes the shot. A little bit of traffic in front, but that's blocked off by Endy as time expires on the first penalty.
I heard it hit the blocker. What do we got?
I believe that's an offside. It's a
No,
little bit of
it was
confusion.
an accidental whistle, I think. This is going to be too many men on the ice, I think, on Orland Park.
I saw that there was one player come out of the box, so the penalty player came out, and then he went straight to the bench.
Yeah, I think what happened is Orland Park sent a player on the ice to replace the player coming out of the penalty box, but they were both on the ice at the same time.
Yeah.
That's the call
And it was
here
right,
anyway.
And it was right around where the puck was being sent in from, too.
And it was right in front of the official, so he saw it and he called it. So here's your chance if you're the Blues. You got a 2-skater advantage for almost a full 2 minutes. There's a minute 49 left on the first penalty. And yes, I think there's going to be a too many men on the ice call
Looks like
on
it.
Orland Park. So a 5-on-3 for almost 2 full minutes.
Great opportunity here for the Blues, and really with 17 seconds left, if you can get a goal on that first penalty, and then you start the third period with another power play, that's exactly what you want to see if you're the Blues, and that might just be their ticket back into this game here. Now it looks like the refs are still explaining a little bit of this penalty situation to the Vikings coaches.
Yeah, and they're not going to like the answer.
Not at all.
You know, I mean, you can explain all you want, but you know when the coach doesn't like, the coach doesn't like, and unfortunately for the Vikings, they're going to be down 2 skaters here for almost 2 full minutes. And again, plenty of time here in this period. Still 17 seconds left. Blues can win the face-off, get a couple of clean looks before we go to the third period. But yeah, you desperately would love to get one here on this 2-man advantage.
That would be huge for the Blues. And you can tell that it's a very clear, it was clearly an intentional move by the Vikings. They were...
Well, sure. I mean, it's intentional in that you're trying to get one player coming on as the other one's going off. I don't want to say it's intentional in terms of they put too many men on the ice.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they were trying to get the too many, but you can tell that might have been something that they practiced where,
Sure.
hey, if there's an opportunity where there's two in the box, you come right off, and especially when you're right there where your penalty box is, right next to the bench, you just come off real quick, get on the bench, and then the other guy will replace you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it's questionable. Oh, they're going to let him come back out. So after a discussion, they're going to pull that pen. They're going to call. They're going to say that that's not a penalty after all.
So all of that for still just a minute 49 left on the original penalty. And now the last ones that they have to explain it to are the officials themselves. And
now the
they'll
last
go over
person
to
they
the
have
Blues.
to explain it to is the Blues, because the Blues aren't going to like this answer.
Not at all. Either way here, somebody's going to be very upset.
Yeah, and I wonder if, and I would have to, I mean, I don't have the entire rule set here, but, you know, you have to wonder if there's some sort of either written or unwritten rule that says a man coming out of the penalty box going right to the bench doesn't count as a skater on the ice or something to that effect.
It would make sense. They have to get on the ice at some point in order to get to the bench, as the Blues are able to secure it.
You can't scale the glass to get into your bench.
Can't teleport in youth hockey here. As Walls looks to keep it in away from the stick of Cantori as he sends it in. Gloved, very good glove there by Endy, and that was a fantastic chance by Walls.
Yeah, Walls just looking into the rafters here in West Dundee as this Blues team is having a difficult time.
They're dealing with the enigma that is Talon Endy.
They're going to pull the goalie here for the final 2.6 seconds, get that extra skater out there.
So now a 6-on-4 advantage for the Blues with 2.5 seconds left. Gonna look for something quick here as Walls takes it, sends it, and it is blocked, and we are now heading to the third period where the Orland Park Vikings lead the Chicago Blues 2-0. Back here at Canlan Sports in West Dundee, Illinois, as the Orland Park Vikings lead the Chicago Blues 2-0 in this Peewee Minor Championship game today. Matt Donnelly along with my broadcast partner, Aaron Schellem, as the Blues win the opening faceoff of the third period.
Big first minute and a half here for the Chicago Blues. They've looked pretty good on the power play.
And who else?
Get one.
But Walls taking it all the way as that's blocked away by the Vikings as Recchia looks to keep it in. Good stick there by Fielders. He looks to advance it up and sends it back out to Walls, who's at the point, then sends it on over to Gracie, who will make a move as he sends that in front of Endy as it's wide to his right. Vikings looking to clear it now. A few sticks in the way as Walls will establish once again. Comes around and sends that back with a lot of traffic in front. The puck was bouncing in front and just able to be cleared. Good blocker there by Talon Endy.
Endy, when he drops into the butterfly, he cuts off about the bottom third of the net. You got to find a way to elevate the puck when he goes into that butterfly.
Too many of these shots are going down.
Uh-oh.
And now Plum is able to take it up. It's a 2-on-1 advantage. He's got Maximayu
That's a tough one. Maximu. That's a tough one. Don't worry about it. I've done a couple of games for this Orland. I've done a couple of games for this Orland Park team, so I'm comfortable with it. But that's a tough one.
Trying to read the phonetic pronunciation.
Yeah,
and
it's hard.
Makes sense when you hear it too. So that puck is sent around. The power play is now over. So it is a full strength for both teams. As the puck is sent in around the Blues net. Fresh skaters on the ice for both teams. As that is taken up the ice by Hudson Smith.
Nice drop pass.
Sends it up to Fielder, who, and that was saved by Canlan, who didn't know where the puck was there for a second.
That ended up in the top of his right leg pad.
Yeah.
But that's what you got to do. You got to get the puck up, elevated in that upper half of the net against Endy. He's not going to give you anything down low, so you got to try to beat him high.
We can see here in the first few minutes of the third period a lot more pressure being applied by the Blues as they realize final 12 minutes here in the third period. This is their last chance to get anything going and hopefully keep their championship hopes alive as that puck is sent up to Cantori, who tries to go through two defenders, and he's got the puck there. But he is blocked away, but it's kept in. Blocked again by the Blues.
I think that Dunaway in the cage.
It did,
sounded like that was puck on metal there.
As the puck is then cleared up in maybe out of bounds.
Yeah, it was cleared into the Blues bench,
Yeah.
off a Blues skater on the bench.
So we'll get a few new Viking skaters as they'll face off at center ice. Cantori will face off against Walls, two of the top performers for their respective teams in today's game. Cantori responsible for both of the Vikings' goals, and Walls getting some of the best shot opportunities for the Blues so far in this game as the Blues. Walls will take it up once again. He's able to skate past his defender, looking to go low on Endy.
Yep, again.
Got the rebound. Was blocked away by Endy again, and now it's sent back up to Cantori.
Again, trying to go low. Endy just doesn't give you anything downstairs, and a couple of good whacks at it by Walls, but there's just nothing post to post.
And Endy doing a fantastic job in his crease as now Walls once again takes it back up, and he is ruled offsides.
That was Smith on his left who went in astride early.
And this is especially the part in the game where they have to be conscious of mistakes if you're the Blues. You can't be giving away free opportunities. You need to capitalize on any mistakes that you're given.
No, still plenty of time. It's just a 2-goal game with 11 minutes left, but yeah, any mistake you make, it's, you know, mistakes are always amplified in a one winner-take-all, you know, championship, but especially when you're down 2 in the final handful of minutes.
That puck is sent back up into the Blues zone, pursued by the Vikings. And now it looks like Antonio Khatib is in a one-on-one situation, looking for a trail man as he spins away. That puck is sent back out to Manning, and is sticked away by Cantori, who's now in a one-on-one situation of his own, looking for his third of the game as the wheels come out from under him going around the net, but that's kept in still by the Vikings.
A hit from behind, thought we might get a call there, nothing doing.
Yeah, Logan Kipp sent to the ice by the Blues, and that puck is backhanded up over the net. Once again, some more contact behind the goal. Still no call as the Vikings fight for control of it.
The officials putting the whistles away here a little bit in the third period.
They said with 9:30 left in the third, this is going to be a
and now they're going to
game.
be furious because Kipp is going to go for a hit there.
Yeah, so he gets knocked down twice behind the Blues goal, and now he's going to get called for a similar situation.
Well, you see it all the time. It's never the first person. It's always the retaliation.
Indeed.
And, you know, I think maybe they missed a couple of calls down to our left for sure. But, I mean, that was a penalty on Kipp. You know, again, I think they missed a couple down to our left. I think, you know, the Orland Park fans have a right to be a little perturbed with this one, but such is life.
Yeah, and they've already cleared a few of finished off a few power plays of their own. So, and that puck bounces up over the net. Still held in by the Blues as Gracie looks to center it as he sends it on goal, and the Blues have a couple
what a
opportunities.
save by Andy on the back door on Recchia. Wow. Recchia had a wide open far side of the net, but Andy closed it down.
Probably the Blues' best chance of the game right there with a ricocheting puck, not able to be put back home by the Blues. And that's got to hurt, but it's got to feel good too, knowing you got a minute 45 left on this power play. Still a lot of chances left to be had here as Gracie sends that back in, as that shot is blockered off by Endy, and now the Vikings take control of it, looking to clear as that pass will be shoveled up back down the other side of the ice. And they'll call the icing here, so still you're still able to ice the puck at this level on a power play, but it'll just get sent back down. So a minute 29 left in this power play, 9 minutes.
You don't have to keep the same players out there like you do in the NHL, so you can ice the puck, get fresh legs out there, so it's not quite the punishment it is at the pro level.
And that bouncing puck is now taken by Plum, who goes one-on-one with Gracie as
blows a tire.
Falls out, yeah. And now the Blues are pushing it back up the ice. That looks to be Smith out in front.
That got in between the pads of Endy. He was able to close the legs, but that shot by Smith hit the inside of the right leg of Talon Endy, and he was able to close 5-hole. That almost deflected in off the leg of Talon Endy.
And we're starting to see some opportunities here for the Blues that we haven't seen throughout this game so far. Getting that puck not just at the net, but trying to confuse Endy a little bit as Gracie takes it, fires it just to the right of the net there. As Recchia now looks to hold control as that puck is sent around, it'll be cleared out past the blue line, so the Blues will have to go back and get onsides once again.
And jumped up on edge.
As Walls takes it, a nice drag move.
Oh.
Drag move and the finish for Walls.
Wow, toe drag, he elevated it, and he gets the Blues back within a goal. I had been saying that you got to get the puck up, midway up the net. You got to get it over the pads of Talon Endy when he goes into the butterfly, and Walls did just that, just up over the right pad of Talon Endy to make it 2-1. What a pretty goal by Walls.
And Lucas Walls has been at least partially responsible for every scoring opportunity that the Blues have had so far in this game, and now he's able to get the toe drag and put it home, and we're back to a 1-goal game with a 8:05 left in this third period.
Plenty of time now for the Blues, but you got to keep the pressure on.
In the championship game, big-time players make big-time plays, so we'll see which of these big-time players for each team will be able to rise to the occasion in the final 8 minutes here as the Vikings look for their own little situation toe drag, where that's saved off by Lagunas.
That was Galloway with a nice move to get free there.
As Recchia will look to take it back up, he sends that little bit of contact with Talkin, as it is kept in by the Blues, as the Vikings will go and chase. And that is, again, kept in by the Blues as the Vikings look to get that puck out, which they will. And that is sticked down by Condon as Galloway puts it on the net and is gloved by Lagunas.
Yeah, we haven't had the camera pointing to our left very much here in the third period. The Leafs came out strong. They had a power play to start the period, then got another one a little bit later on where they were able to finally get past Talon Endy. But, if you're the Vikings, still got a 2-1 lead. That second goal was huge because it gave you that margin for error, but now you got to play the way you played in the first and second period that got you that 2-goal lead.
And that puck almost going out past the blue line, and now it's cleared out, and we've got a 2-on-1. Walls is back in control. He's looking to add another one, and that shot is gloved by Talon Endy. So they'll come out to his right And yet another fine opportunity created by Walls for the Blues.
And good defense there by the Vikings. McDonald to really take the pass away and allow Endy to focus on the shooter, which is really what you want to do on a 2-on-1.
That pass blocked down by Kip, and
good stick lift
as
by
he takes
Walls.
Walls takes it right back from him, looking to create a little bit more separation. And that pass goes out to Creamer, it looked like.
That was Smith. It was into Smith's feet, and he just couldn't pull it out.
But the Blues are still able to keep it in with 6:20 left in the third. More opportunities up front. Oh, just wide.
Dunaway put it just wide of the near post rather. Had Endy moving.
And Smith is able to gain control, but he turns that back over to Kip, who he's got 4 defenders on him, and we're gonna have a tripping now against the Blues.
And Dunaway took the worst of that. He's slow to get up, but he's the one who's gonna go to the box for that collision and takedown. So not what you want if you're the Blues. You got all the momentum on your side, and now you give up a shorthanded opportunity with only 6 minutes left.
Well, especially when it was a 4-on-1 in favor of the Blues defensively. That's not a situation where you'd like to give up a careless penalty there. So 6 minutes left, 2 minutes on the power play. As the Vikings are able to keep it in, but possession goes back over to the Blues, who are looking to clear it. That puck goes back up to Recchia, who's not able to get it out. But a little bit of good time wasting here as that is attempted by Galloway to be cleared out. And now it is successfully cleared out by Brandow.
Yep, there's another trip. We have 5-on-3 now.
Now another situation in which we'll have a 5-on-3.
Gonna be talking going to the box.
And so we saw the Blues have a 5-on-3 situation earlier at the end of the second period. Now we've got a 5-on-3.
Well, that 5-on-3
that wasn't actually a 5-on-3.
That guy ended up getting waved off, which I don't think I've ever seen.
Right.
So it had to, I mean, we just go back to that, but it had to have been a rule misinterpretation, because you never see a referee, you never see them overturn a penalty.
Yeah.
So it had to have been a rule interpretation that one of the officials just didn't understand.
And nobody came to our stream looking for instant replay, so they must have just made the decision on their own there.
Yes.
As Condon looks to keep it in, passes that back up, looking to take advantage of this 2-man advantage. As Cantori is on this power play shift, looking for his third. And this would definitely help create a little bit more separation now under 5 minutes left in the third period, as that puck is sent in front but blockered away by Lagunas. And it's sent back up to the point, sent back around to Condon, who looks to wrist it, and that is a nice glove save by Thomas Lagunas.
with the stick of Cantori right out in front. But Lagunas saw it all the way and makes the save. So you got about a minute and a half here you have to kill off in power plays. That'll leave us with about 3 minutes and 30 seconds or so left when the power plays expire. Still plenty of time for the Blues to get one, but this obviously puts a dent in their plans as they have to play incredibly defensively for the next minute 30.
And now the Blues are looking to, this is great for them. Now they've got a 2-on-1, Creamer and Walls. Creamer over to Walls. Walls back to Creamer and just goes past his stick.
One of them has to shoot it there.
Yeah, too many pass.
Yeah, you get a 2-on-1 on a 5-on-3 shorthanded bid.
And now Cantori looks for the opportunity in front, and that puck is sent just wide.
You can't have a 2-on-1 in that situation where there ends up being no shot.
And you don't see that too often, where the team that's down 5-3 on the disadvantage there gets a 2-on-1. And now the Knights, or rather the Vikings, look to get another opportunity with Brandow.
One of the power plays, one of the penalties is up.
So now we are down to a 5-on-4 advantage for the Vikings. With 3:45 left in the third, only 15 seconds left on that other penalty.
Oh, that 2-on-1 is bugging me. You gotta pull the trigger there at some point.
Yeah. And Galloway right in front of the net, able to put it back, and it is now a 3-1 game for the Vikings.
That's what happens. You get a chance at one end, you don't convert, you give up an opportunity at the other, and it's 3-1.
And Galloway just at the right place at the right time, able to put that shot back.
The low shot, I mean, that's a great shot on the power play from the point. It's off the goalie's pads. He's unable to make a clean save, and then you got Galloway, right place, right time, able to tap it home for the easy goal.
As the Vikings, rather the Blues, win the faceoff as Dixon sends it back in. No icing is going to be called here as it goes the length of the ice. Kept in behind the Vikings net as the fight for the puck pursues, as it comes out with Hoffner on the other end, sending it back up and sent it right on to Plum, who takes it all the way with a tricky little backhand, and it just goes to the left of Lagunas. But the Vikings able to keep it in on the Blues side of the ice.
Good defense by Manning to just ride Plum all the way and not let him get a clean shot.
And that's sent all the way down the ice, and we'll have an icing with 2:51 left as the Vikings lead 3-1, courtesy of a late goal by Caleb Galloway. And previously 2 goals for Dominic Cantori. That's gotten the scoring going for the Vikings. And on the Blues side, Lucas Wall scoring the lone goal on a nice toe drag for the Blues as they send it up, but kept in by Stryzek as he sends it up. And that wrister shot is put just wide to the net.
Side of the net. I think the second shot hit the side of the net as Lagunas was able to get over to the near post.
Now we're down to 2:25 left in the third. Final push here for the Blues as Fielder looks to drag it in. That is gloved by Talon Endy.
An easy save by Endy there, holds on with 2:18.
And as always, it looks like we're going to be on goalie lookout, and it looks like the Blues have pulled
their
their
your
keeper.
lookout. Yep, there's your lookout. So they'll be 6-on-4 here with 2:18 left, or 6-on-5 rather.
As Walls will come in off the bench as the 6th attacker for this faceoff. As the Blues are able to keep it in, sent out to Creamer at the top of the post, who sends it on over, and it is blocked by the Vikings,
Galloway.
And they've got a clear 2 for Galloway. 4-1 Vikings with 2:01 left in this game, and Aaron, that just might do it for the Vikings.
Cantori getting things started for the Vikings. Galloway finishes it for Orland Park, and the 3rd seed Vikings are 2 minutes and 5 seconds away from a Central State championship.
And you got to wonder there, Aaron, was that a little bit too early for the Blues to pull?
I don't think so. I think, they've played well with a man advantage today. They've had some good looks. You're down by 2. You got to take a chance. And, again, they won the faceoff clean. They went D to D, but the D-man on the far point just misplayed it a little bit. And Galloway made sure he gained the red line before he shot it in. That way, if he missed, it's not an icing. So a smart play by Galloway, and gives his team a 3-goal lead.
Yeah, and that's something that the Vikings have been good at all game so far, is clean, crisp. And another one. The putback.
There's the hat trick.
And that's the hat trick.
Yeah, for Cantori.
For Dominic Cantori.
3 goals in a matter of about 3 minutes. 3 by Cantori, 2 by Galloway, and all of a sudden, it's a 5-1 game.
Yeah, coming off the rails a little bit here for the Blues.
Yep, just a little bit.
Who have played a very, up until this point, a very good, complete game so far.
They've played a good game. It's just Talon Endy's been so good in net. He got beat by a highlight goal by Walls, but that's been it. He's just been really, really tough today, and the Blues just really haven't been able to figure him out.
Under 1:30 left in the third period. That's all that's left between the Orland Park Vikings and their Peewee Minor Championship here today.
We'll stick around when the game's over. We'll do the banner, and we'll let you watch the banner handouts first for the 2nd place team and then the championship, and we'll shut our mics off and we'll just do crowd crowd noise, so we're not responsible for anything any parents say as they walk by, but we'll let you listen in to that ceremony before we get ready for game 3.
And Cantori passing it on over to Kip, who Cantori seems like he's just been floating through the ice here. He's been moving so swiftly.
Quick. Yeah, he's quick.
And that's been another difference maker here, obviously, with a hat trick for Cantori, the fantastic keeping for Talon Endy with 35 seconds left here. Janiak sending it gloved away by Lagunas. As the Blues will regroup, send it back up to Dine, who looks to get one final shot on goal for the Chicago Blues here as the Vikings are able to get it back with Cantori over to Endy, and he'll glove it, and we'll do this all one more time with 10.1 left in the third.
And we got parents with phones out in front of us getting ready to film the celebration. We're going to do the same thing here. Zoom in a little.
Our own way.
Yes. Zoom in a little here so we can watch.
Great season
the
for
Vikings celebrates.
For the Orland Park Vikings, 18-6, the number 3 seed in these playoffs, and now as the time counts down, the Orland Park Vikings are your Peewee Minor champions, winning by a score of 5-1. And I think we said it all, Aaron. A fantastic all-around effort with some stellar play in keep by Endy, as well as Cantori and Galloway getting that scoring output.
All it takes is a hot goalie and a couple of hot scorers, and you can win a championship. And Talon Endy was tremendous yesterday and today. And offense, the hat trick by Dominic Cantori, a couple of goals by Galloway, and the Vikings are champions. So we're going to get through the handshake line. Matt and I will kill our mics. We'll go to crowd mic, and we'll be back with Game 3, Wilmette and Winnetka for the Peewee Major Championship. Welcome to game 3 of 4 here from Canlan in West Dundee. It's time for the Peewee Major Championship. Neighbors collide. It's Wilmette and Winnetka. My name's Aaron Schellen. My broadcast partner is Matt Donnelly. And Matt, you've now seen a couple of the higher level. You saw Squirt Major, and then our last game was Peewee Minor. Well, you got another step up today as we have the Peewee Majors, Winnetka and Wilmette. And this is the first time in 2 weeks that we've done a 1 versus 2, as Wilmette finished as the top seed in the Peewee Major Division this year with a 23-1 mark, while Winnetka finished in second. They were 19-3-0 at a couple of overtime losses, but they were 1-2 and they split a pair during the regular season. Wilmette with a 3-0 win back in September, and then on January 19th, the Winnetka Warriors won 7-4 at the North Shore Ice Arena. And we're about ready to go here in game 3 of 4, game 13 of 14 this weekend here on Stream Sports Midwest from Canlan.
Yeah, I haven't been able to see a whole lot of Winnetka so far, but I have gotten to see Wilmette.
You've got your fill of Wilmette already,
I got my junior Trevian fill for sure, and they sure are a talented program. They've shown what they've been able to do, and I'm excited to see what they're able to do here at the major level.
Yeah, the Squirt Major team, they completed a perfect season, playoffs included, 34-0 with a 3-1 victory over in their matchup starting the day. And now we've got Peewee Major, who wasn't quite perfect, but 23-1 is pretty darn good. As Winnetka pocket picked here. Taking it deep is Niall McCarthy. He's taken down, no call. Puck swept around. Really good crowd, especially in front of us. The Winnetka moms all hanging out in front of us, and they are a noisy bunch. Here's Carter Caruso for Winnetka. He'll skate to his right. His shot gets blocked down. Taken by Harrison Kashani. Kashani will throw it out of play. So we'll have a whistle and a face-off here. 52 seconds into the first period. No score from West Dundee.
One thing that strikes me early on is the size and speed of both of these teams here, especially seeing the presence of Winnetka early in this game, able to get a few shots, not quite through to the net, but able to get off some very powerful, forceful shots early in this game.
Wilmette starting goalies Jose Bardales, who was really remarkable last night in Wilmette's clinching a victory to make it to the championship game here. And then down to the other end, it's Wyatt Pedowitz for the Winnetka Warriors. And I think we're going to have an offside. So a couple of early whistles. Neither team wants to make an early mistake.
And that's what we've seen has been the difference maker in these championship games, is who capitalizes off of the other team's mistakes and who makes fewer mistakes in general.
So Winnetka was 3-0 in pool play. Wilmette 2-0-1 as they beat the Blues to advance to the playoffs, or advance to this championship, as that puck will come out to center ice. It's taken by Kashani. Kashani drop pass Brody Stock. Papuga flips it to James Dix, who will clear it in. Oh, that's right at the post. Oof. Came a funny bounce off Pedowitz, and now a giveaway in close. The Warriors skate out with it.
It seemed there like the Warriors thought that the play had almost stopped for a second there.
Well, you heard a whistle.
Down, yeah.
You heard a whistle, but I think it came from one of the other rinks. Pushed around near wall, Will James for the Junior Trevians. Yeah, the Junior Trevians are playing in 3 of the 4 championship games here today. They're in the next one as well. The Bantam Miners will play for the championship. So this Wilmette program, especially at these young levels, 10U, 12U, 14U, in really, really good hands. O'Dowd, one of the best players in this building here this weekend, will take that shot high and wide. He has got, you talk about speed, watch number 27 in white, Matt. He is a blur out there. He'll scale it back to the points. Deflected puck into the near corner. Winnetka up the wall and not out on the second attempt. No, it's kept in by Saporito, MJ Saporito. It's pushed far side. Now the Winnetka Warriors get it to center. Ben Sims clears it as far as the blue line. And now Klein moves forward with the puck. Klein to McCarthy. McCarthy with the shot. The right pad save by Pedowitz. Might have to turn my crowd mic down.
Yeah, they are allowed.
The Winnetka moms are noisy, but noisy in a good way.
And we love to see it noisy in a good way here
noisy
on Championship Sunday.
Yes, sir. Jack Linehan tries to dangle through Petranovic and can't. William Petranovic behind his net. He'll throw it around other side. Ryan Sondag not able to clear. Back to go get it will be Brody Stock. A couple minutes gone by, first period. Again, 12U, no body checking allowed. You can be physical, you just can't lead with your body, as this is played by Reed Jang back around his own blue line. Taken here by Wilmette, a potential 2-on-1, no. As Wally Melgard was going for a change, and then the shot went high and wide, so now Winnetka down the near wing. Shot sticked away by Bardales into the near corner. Back to the point, kept in nicely by Jewett, Chase Jewett. Just chips it up the wall, but O'Dowd will take it there. O'Dowd tries the self-pass, gets pinched off the wall. Wilmette out. Saporito trying to shovel it forward and can't. Max Mann for Winnetka driving hard on Will James. Good battle over by the wall there. We're gonna get a penalty called on O'Dowd. Not much there, just a hand in the back of a Winnetka skater along the wall, but it was enough to take him down. And that's gonna give the Winnetka Warriors a power play here early in period one.
And we've seen the power plays can be the deciding factor in a lot of these games. Early on, a thing that we've tended to see is who can take advantage of the mistakes early and get a couple goals and momentum scores early that can then lead to the opposing team feeling a little bit pressured and trying to do a little bit too much later on in the game.
Playing with a lead in a must-win championship game is always easier than playing from behind, right? This will be Linehan taking the face-off for Winnetka. Kicks it forward, the shot, the rebound. Ooh, not able to be pumped in by Mikey Prentice. Winnetka keeps it in though. Near wall. George Smith puts it deep for Linehan. Linehan spins in the corner. Back far half wall with it. High and wide, and that's going to come all the way out. So the shot goes over the net. And back to chase it down is George Smith for Winnetka. Pass too far out in front of Carter Caruso. Winnetka has to settle things down. Smith finds McClanahan. He loses it right at the blue line. Winnetka still possesses Mikey Prentice in the corner. Back to the point. Prentice half wall. Smith near point. Down low Linehan. Linehan from a bad angle that's knocked down by Harrison Kashani. Linehan takes it again in the corner. Smith back at the point, and he's not able to keep it in. 145 bothering another as Niall McCarthy was all over Smith. Now into the attacking zone. The shot from the high slot goes up over the crossbar. Back to play it is Kashani. Kashani throws it near side with 14 seconds left on the power play. McCarthy dumps as Ian Duncan goes and gets it for Winnetka. Power play is just about up. Good possession for Wilmette, but nothing terribly dangerous on that power play for the Warriors. And now Junior Trevians are back to full strength. This is Dix. Dix drop pass O'Dowd. O'Dowd rifles it off the glass. O'Dowd will take here. Spins away, spins through the hit. O'Dowd strong on his stick. He gets it over to James at the near point. James able to bang it deep. Near circle, thrown towards the goal, hits the side of the net. That rides up the back of the net. Kept it at the point again by Will James. O'Dowd in the corner, now behind the goal. McCarthy back to O'Dowd. McCarthy lets it go by. O'Dowd's, I thought O'Dowd was gonna go again right there. Got a little fortunate. That pass behind Klein. Top of the far circle, off the crossbar and out. Klein. Petronovic down deep.
If I have you take a step back.
Winnetka stick handles out of their own zone. This is Linehan who goes down. Wilmette. James will dump. Up the wall, kept in by the junior Trevians, and now pushed out to center with 5.5 left in the first. Papuga gets run into right at the blue line, gets the puck back. Tries to center it, looking for Sondag, doesn't work, and the Winnetka Warriors push it the length of the ice. No icing. Hunter Weiss back to play it for the junior Trevians. He gets away from a double team, but then loses the puck. That'll go back to the point. Now Chase Jewett, his pass is deflected. Now a shot that bounces in, and I don't know that Bardalis saw that until the very end, Matt, but he was able to follow it into his glove.
And it seems like we've seen a lot of solid defense so far from both teams, especially in their zones. And that's going to be a difference maker, is who can screen better in front of the net and be able to cause some confusion to these goalies and try and sneak a few pucks in there.
No score under 5. Dix gains the red line, dumps. Kashani and Dix will go after it. It's kicked away from James Dix. Now up the wall, kept in over there by Papuga. James Papuga, that comes out in front and only thrown the length of the ice, and it almost curved back on to goal, but it'll go in the books as an icing with 4:29 left in period 1. No score. So far, the Wilmette Junior Trevians and the Orland Park Vikings have been crowned champions here today in Squirt Major and Peewee Minor respectively. We got Peewee Major here, and then we finish the day with Bantam Minor, which will also be the Wilmette Junior Trevians. They'll take on the Peoria Junior Mustangs. A couple of juniors in there.
And that's probably the furthest team that we've seen come so far, Aaron, huh?
Yeah,
Peoria.
we have. I mean, we
today at least.
Furthest that we've seen. There is a team from Omaha here, a couple teams from St. Louis. Iowa has been here as well, so just not on the rinks that we've been doing. Attacking here is Carter Caruso. He'll lose the puck in the corner. Kept in at the near point. Caruso will tap it deep. Back to play. It's Hunter Weiss. Giveaway. Philman. That'll come out, and you see O'Dowd speed there, racing for the puck, but he won't get there in time. It'll be an icing.
That was a good effort by him, too.
Yep.
Racing all the way down past.
An absolute abundance of speed in the skates of Donovan O'Dowd. 3:40 left in the first. Face off to the right of Jose Bardalis. We're going to do it again. Can't believe I only have 2 Central States games left. It's crazy.
It's been a long season for you.
By the time we finish our next game, we will have done about 140-ish, 150-ish Central State games since the end of September. Here's a shot from a bad angle. The puck's loose in the paint. Bardales covers up. We do have the All-Star games coming up, which will be in March, so have that to look forward to still, but only 2 games that actually count left in our first season calling Central States hockey. And while we have a brief second, I want to make sure I thank some people. Jimmy Wright, Central State president, he and I have gotten to know each other pretty well over the last 6 months, and especially over the last month while we've gotten ready for the Central States playoffs as Bardales covers up again. He and I have talked over the last 2 weeks. Jimmy and I have talked probably 3 or 4 times a day as we get we get everything ready. And on that note, I want to thank all of the team managers and coaches who have worked with Jimmy and myself to make sure that when you send those rosters to me that we're able to build them properly and we get pronunciations right and everything else. So thank you to all the team managers. All those emails that you sent came right to me, and I spent most of the last 2 weeks putting together rosters for these playoff games. Now here's Carter Caruso, he scores! Carter Caruso up under the crossbar, gives the Warriors a 1-0 lead. What a shot by Carter Caruso, barred down, Winnetka up 1-0.
And just an overall impressive feat to get to the goal and elevate it like that. Beautiful effort there to put the Warriors up 1-0 here, and we'll see how the junior Trevians can respond.
So just to finish my thank yous, I want to thank my partner, Eric Willowhite. Eric and I have been doing this now for 5 years. This is our first year with Central States, and it started as a side project for the two of us, just something to do because we love the game of hockey, and and I gave the kids an opportunity to have some exposure. And like I said, now we're up to over 150 games this year with more on the horizon next season. Mike Napolitano, who really became the 3rd member of our leadership crew, so to speak. We trust Mike to run the show when Eric and I can't be there. Joe Williamson, Ethan Wiles, Brandon Januska have all been a integral part of what we've done this year for Central States. All the Illinois Media School students, yourself included, Matt, you guys have been a huge help these last couple of weeks. Otherwise, I'm here alone today, so we appreciate all of the help that we've gotten from the Illinois Media School. And lastly, just so many kind words from so many parents, not just this weekend and last. Here's a chance, shot deflected wide. Not just this weekend and last, but over the course of the season, just parents coming up to us and thanking us for doing this because grandma and grandpa can't get up here, or they live in Florida, or we've had people watching these games from all over the world. That's legit. We've had Eastern Europe, and we've had England, and we've had just all this. We've had South America, Colombia, Venezuela, and just it's been a great season, a lot of fun. We got a couple games left as the Warriors almost jammed that one in at the back door. Now it's out to center ice. Cleared in. Warriors will go after it with a minute left.
And for all of us at Illinois Media School, we appreciate you giving us the opportunity here, Aaron. As much help as we might be to you in these moments, you're a huge help in us developing our skills on air and everything. So
getting reps. It's all about getting reps.
We appreciate it.
I always say the only way to get better at it is to do it, and this is an opportunity for you to do it. I can't even rest my voice. I have a basketball game tomorrow night. I have a game every day this week. So I don't even get a chance to rest my voice. We're going to have a penalty called here, I think, on Winnetka. Yep, we have a penalty on Winnetka with 22 seconds left in the period. Yeah, I got basketball game Tuesday or Monday, basketball game Tuesday, basketball game Wednesday. No, hockey game Wednesday. I've got Glenbrook North on Wednesday night. And then I've got basketball Thursday, basketball Friday, basketball Saturday, and then hockey on Sunday. That's my week. It's busy.
Very busy week indeed.
I love it, though. Face-off will come to the right of Wyatt Pedowitz. It'll be Donovan O'Dowd for the Trevians. Won by Wilmette. Back to the point. Stock. Stock back up the half wall. Back to Stock. Stock cross ice. O'Dowd gets underneath him. Goes behind the net with 9 seconds. Back to O'Dowd on the far half wall. Spins away from the hit. Finds Shea, but Winnetka will take it here and run the clock out. So we are through 14 here in the Peewee Major Championship. Winnetka leads Wilmette 1-0. We'll be back with second period action here in just a minute from Canlan, West Dundee. Period 2 here from Canlan, West Dundee. Yesterday I was here from 6 in the morning until about 10 after 9 at night. Walked in my front door at 10 p.m., got into bed at 10:30. Was back up at 5 today to be here at 7.
Hey, it's not as busy of a day today for you.
It's busy enough. O'Dowd's shot deflected. I will be home in time for the Super Bowl, which is a good thing. McCarthy keeps at the point. I'm supposed to go to a Super Bowl party, but my wife is sick and like 2 of my 3 kids are sick, so I think we're just going to watch it at home.
You know, I'm sure after the weekend that you've had, a nice night at home with the Patriots in the Super Bowl.
Sitting on the couch.
Yeah.
I might have to stop and get myself some NA. I'm a big non-alcoholic beer guy.
Sure, yeah. Enjoy a couple drinks before the game here.
Yeah, absolutely. O'Dowd is a Winnetka skater, has no stick. O'Dowd just toys with him. Throws it far side in the skates of Stock. Back to the point, McCarthy. Now O'Dowd near circle. O'Dowd stick handles. He'll lose the puck. Gets it back with 35 seconds left on the power play. O'Dowd cross ice. Stock. Stock the shot into the body of Pedowitz. The save is made. That's up the wall and gets through Stock, and McCarthy will have to come out and play it. McCarthy cross ice. Good feed there. Drop pass. O'Dowd. The shot. The right pad save. O'Dowd. The back pass. The shot on the back post. Save made off the stick of Melgard. And Winnetka out the other way. And sometimes you need your goalie to be your best penalty killer. Well, Wyatt Pedowitz right there. A couple of point-blank stops, keeping it 1-0. O'Dowd goes hard into the boards, comes out with the puck, though. Throws it cross ice. Back to the point. Nice move there by Weiss. He'll get clean. O'Dowd has his pass intercepted, and Winnetka will skate out with it. And the long shot from center ice by Linehan will go for an icing.
Hey, he shot that one just before the red line. Going down for icing. Aaron, what's your favorite Super Bowl snack? What's your go-to? A lot of people like the chicken wings.
I was gonna say I'm a buffalo wing guy. Yeah. It's usually what we do. My wife will, we'll go. I don't know that any of that's going to happen today, but we'll go to the grocery store and we'll make chicken wings. Like we'll buy raw chicken wings and we'll flour them and we'll dip them in egg and then we'll bake them and
making me hungry.
Yeah, we do that.
We just ate, but I'm
We do
Hungry
that.
again.
We do that. We'll do some potato skins and things
Nice.
like that. I love a good potato skin. I think that's a very underrated,
It is.
like bar, like sports food.
And when
Oh,
done
a
right,
2-on-0 the other way for Winnetka. Pass through the shot off the stick of Cal Warmis. He healed it a little bit. They had a 2-on-0. Warmis not able to finish. And now Wilmette, pocket picked at the near point by Caruso. Caruso fires the shot off the blocker of Bardales. Now Petranovic up for the Trevians. He'll gain the red line and throw it in as Wilmette will go for a change. Warmis forward to Caruso. Caruso gets cut off at the blue line by Wally Melgard. Cleared up, out, and we will have an icing. What about you?
Yeah, I usually go with the chicken wings, or, you know, I'll get a pizza. A nice pizza would be good for it.
See, the problem with that is that all my kids have dairy allergies.
Oh, no.
So when we get pizza, like I can go out and I can get myself a slice, but like I can't buy a pizza because like I would eat the whole thing because my kids can't have it. My kids, their whole lives, they've eaten pizza with no cheese.
Oh. Ugh.
So we'll order pizza. I mean, they don't know any better, so to them it's fine.
No,
But we'll order a pizza, and the pizza place will call us and go, "You wanted no cheese?" We're like, "Yep, we wanted no cheese."
Yeah, sometimes on the apps, you know, they used to have options for half no cheese, half cheese.
Yeah.
They've gotten away with that. You got to call separately. It's weird.
Down the near far wall, rather, is Melgard. Melgard stick handles, has it below the red line, flips it out in front, nobody home. Winnetka takes possession here. Yeah, I love a good night where you eat nothing but bar food. Like, it doesn't have to be the Super Bowl. Sometimes you just want to do bar food. You want to do mozzarella sticks and tendies and potato skins and some wings. Yeah, I'm all for that. You can't do it a lot. It's going to kill you by the time you're 40.
Got to set aside a nice night every now and then for it and allow your body to recover.
I'm also a big nacho guy at home.
Yeah. What do you load your nachos up with?
I'll do, you do the meat and you do the cheese and you do the jalapenos and you do the sour cream, and that's about it for me. I think that's you don't think
Pretty
you
standard.
need much more than that. Yeah, maybe some refried beans if I'm feeling really saucy. Winnetka has the puck behind the nets. Yeah, we did just eat, but now I'm thinking about what I want to eat for the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Prentice down low. High slot, now back to the point. Winding up is Burkhart. Can't pull the trigger. 9 minutes left. Warriors skater taken down in the corner, no call. We got a huge collision there between O'Dowd and George Smith. Shot off the knob of the stick of Bardales. Starting to get a little physical here for a 12U game, but I guess that's what you come to expect when you get Wilmette and Winnetka going at it together, right?
And sometimes you can forget that
McCarthy out in front, the glove save by Pedowitz. Keeping it 1-0. What a save by the Winnetka goalkeeper.
I was about to say just before that amazing save there, it's hard to believe sometimes that they're 12, watching them play, how big they are, how fast they are, how hard they shoot.
Yep, the reaction
this is major hockey.
It is, and it's fun to watch. Winnetka has it. It gets weird when it gets quiet in here. It's been so loud since the beginning that when everybody settles down, it's like awkward.
It's eerie, yeah.
Back up the wall, far point. Weiss throws it wide. They'll come into the near corner with the Warriors and dig it to center. Now Linehan. Linehan gets taken down. That's going to be a penalty on a Kashani for the body check. Talked about this throughout the day. There can be contact, but you can't lead with the body. You got to be going for the puck, and then if two players collide, so be it. But Kashani brought those arms up as he made contact, and that was an easy call for the referees. So Winnetka with a 1-0 lead will now go on the man advantage with 8 minutes and 2 seconds left.
And we've seen it before. It's easy to swing momentum even further toward your own end if you're able to put one or two more in here in the next few minutes. That could really make a big difference on how the rest of this game plays out for the junior Trevians.
Caden Klein, pocket picked by Ben Sims right in front of the penalty box, and they got a trip. On who? Going to be on Wilmette as well? No, it's going to be on Winnetka. That's going to go on Max Mann. So now we're 4 to a side for a minute 51. Seven minutes, 53 seconds, middle frame. Puck is given away and now out to center ice. William Petronovich off the boards and out. Now center ice, Caruso gets bumped by James. Caruso takes the puck back though, far half wall, he loses it. O'Dowd and Caruso, this is a fun matchup, a pair of 27s, and Caruso fights off O'Dowd, wins that puck battle, kicks it to himself, Caruso's in, cuts to his right, puck gets caught up in his skates, he can't pull the trigger, and now Wilmette. Petronovic across the red line, across the blue line to his right, takes it deep, has no help, he's behind the net, back high to James, O'Dowd chunks it wide. That's off the glass and out. James back to get it. Petronovic to O'Dowd. O'Dowd outside, inside, then back out, and his backhand goes wide. Petronovic now, all sorts of space. Nobody out in front, goes wide. O'Dowd changes up. Back to Petronovic again. Now he'll skip over his stick, but he'll play it back at the point. And played out to center ice. We got a one-on-one. It's Carter Caruso. Caruso to his left, Caruso on the backhand. Good stick work by James, just to bother Caruso enough not to let him pull the trigger. And now the other direction. Back and forth we go. It's Melgard. Melgard takes it wide, has got McCarthy down there with him. Melgard behind the net. We'll come back to the point. Stock D to D. Shot from the point. Save made by Pedowitz. Prentice, the aerial pass, will find McLaughlin, Hunter McLaughlin, 1-on-2, tries to skate through the defense, and McLaughlin knocks down Stock behind the play. No whistle, Melgard. Sondak on his right, and Sondak in just a step ahead of the play. That'll be an offsides. 5:53 in a rapid back and forth game between Wilmette and Winnetka. Both power plays are up, so 5 skaters to a side, draws one forward by Mikey Prentice. Prentice will skate to his right. He gets run into by Hunter Weiss. That's what I'm talking about there. Weiss used his body, but there was no checking, and he separated the skater from the puck. That was good defense by Weiss.
Really good separation there, and now we're able to see coming up close to the net here, a good offensive opportunity for the junior Trevians.
That was James Dix, couple of chances right at the far post. This is chipped towards the net. High slot taken away by Winnetka. Now a potential 2-on-1. Coming down the cross ice pass, looking for Cal Warmus, and the puck goes in. The initial pass was blocked, and it ended up trickling in the far post, and Winnetka takes a 2-1 lead. I think that came right back. Trying to get the number, it's hard to see here. I think that came right back to, that's Hunter McLaughlin, I think. McLaughlin made the initial pass, it came right back to him, and he tucked it home, so Winnetka is up 2.
And that just goes to show the power of following your own shot, following your own rebound, and being able to put that back in through a tight hole. And now the junior Trevians are in some trouble with 5:13 left.
Remember, Winnetka's the number 2 seed. Wilmette's the number 1, and it is noisy in here right now, and it's been a fun one. A lot to cheer about if you're a fan of the Winnetka Warriors, but Wilmette, they're the number 1 seed for a reason. Don't count them out yet. Another chance here for Winnetka. They come down 3-on-3. pass behind the net. Caruso has it. He'll stop in the corner. Tries to stick handle, gets triple teamed, and it's taken by O'Dowd. O'Dowd sheds the stick. O'Dowd cuts to his left, fires the wrist shot. Closing the pads was Pedowitz, kept it at the point by Kashani. He'll throw it to space, but only Carter Caruso there. Caruso, nice pass forward, hits Ben Sims. Sims keeps moving forward, stops below, throws it out front. Caruso shot just high and wide of the far post. Now the bomb is blocked into the near corner. Settled down behind the nets. O'Dowd gives the puck away. James is able to play it out to the neutral zone. And MJ Saporito gets tied up. He and McCarthy almost had a 2-on-1. The Warriors now the other direction. It's Linehan. Linehan drop pass at the point. Caruso. Caruso's pass comes in on Jose Bardales, and Bardales is able to make the save.
Yeah, because you can see like
3:47 left in the second. Winnetka with a 2-0 lead over Wilmette. Weiss in the corner gives the puck away. That's off the side of the net. Warriors keep it in. Man, Ryan Shea stick handles. Shea backhands, and thought we might see Thatcher Burkhart try to pinch. He doesn't. Now Sondag comes out the other way. He'll drag and shoot, and it goes wide. Bumped into the corner is Klein. Petranovic near half wall, throws it through, and steered into the opposite corner by Pedowitz.
And this is where the junior Trevians really have to start getting aggressive here, is getting some shots on net and not allowing the Warriors to stay in their own end.
Stock shot is blocked. A shot right at the paint. That was Papuga right at the post. Or excuse me, that was Jack Rinkoff, 87 at the far post. 87 and 67 are both out there, which is just making my life difficult. Nick Dix with the shot, and he scores! James Dix, low slot, 5-hole on Pedowitz, and it's 2-1.
And that was just a nice, crafty little shot there for Dix to be able to put it to the glove side and get it in, and that's exactly what the junior Trevians are gonna need.
Yep, they
cutting
needed
this deficit to 1.
They needed that one for sure. Didn't want to go to the third, down 2. Cut the lead in half here in the second period. 2 minutes, 35 seconds left.
And now it's starting to feel like it's just about anybody's game. Now that the junior Trevians have seen one go in, it's like basketball where you're shooting. You see one go in. Now it might be a little bit easier for them to get some more pressure and momentum going offensively for them.
Here's O'Dowd cutting to his left. His shot back to the right goes wide. McCarthy slams it around the far side. McLaughlin chipping it forward, and that comes out to center. Kashani snakes through the neutral zone. McCarthy, touch to O'Dowd. O'Dowd to his left again. O'Dowd stick handles the shot, the rebound, the score. Did that stay out?
He's pointing, it's a goal. He's
yeah,
pointing for a goal.
The back linesman is saying that was in. Nothing from the line official, but right now we got a tie game. O'Dowd on the back doorstep, and they're still talking about it. And it's a goal for O'Dowd, and just like that, it's 2-2. It looked from this angle, Matt, like that was into the net.
Yeah.
That hit the back of the inside of the net, bounced straight back out. But I think they got it right here, and it's 2-2 with 2 minutes left.
And if this does stand, it's a brand new game. 2-2, and like we've seen, that momentum can swing just like that. And you know, the power of following your own shot and getting it back. And for the Warriors, they're just going to try and console their goalie and tell him, hey, look, it's okay. A couple goals in a minute. It hasn't been the story all game, but now we reset.
Yeah, the Winnetka coaching staff obviously doesn't like that call, but from our angle, it looked like it was in the net.
It did. It looked like it went just inside the crease and then popped right back out.
Yep, so it's 2-2, and you don't normally see the goal line official not call a goal, but the outside official call it, but he had the same angle we did. He was right here at the blue line.
Yeah, he was pointing all the way from the blue line in.
O'Dowd loses his stick. Now all the momentum on the side of the junior Trevians. It's 2-2. Caruso, self-pass, gets into the attacking zone. Tries to stick handle through a sea of white jerseys and can't. Linehan, top of the far circle, now deep. Pushes it off the side of the net. Saporito. Gets stick checked nicely by Ben Sims. That'll come down on Bardales, who will leave it with 1:18 left. Saporito, O'Dowd. O'Dowd now will fire the wrist shot, and Pedowitz makes the glove save. Well, we've seen some good hockey today.
We definitely have.
Saw a little bit of history made in the first game as the Squirt Major Wilmette Junior Trevians finished their season, playoffs included, 34-0. And we saw a victory for the Orland Park Vikings in Peewee Minor, and now we got a 2-2 battle and a border battle between Wilmette and Winnetka.
And again, it just goes to show how impressive, too, with the junior Trevians being represented in 3 of the 4 championship games today.
Yep. Mikey Prentice to his right. Loses the puck. Thrown towards the goal with 50 seconds left. It's off the glass and out. Knocked down again, this time by James. Well, that was a wild couple of minutes. Settled down here a little bit, but expect more fireworks in the third. Neither team wants to make a mistake here in the final 30 seconds as Winnetka will ice it with 26.3 left.
And this second period is exactly what the junior Trevians needed, getting back at even level now with the Warriors. And really we'll see both sides being aggressive at various points in the game. We'll see who's able to come out on top.
O'Dowd wins it cleanly back to Kashani. Kashani looks for an angle, throws it well wide. Petronovich, far point, scales it deep, knocked away from McCarthy, back to the neutral zone. Kashani will play it with 12 seconds left, leaves it for Petronovich. Off the wall, back to the Winnetka blue line where Linehan will elude McCarthy, down to 3 seconds. Linehan with 1 second, he's on his wrong side. He's not able to get the shot off, and we are through 2 here in West Dundee. A fun one so far, at least 1 period to go. It's 2-2, Wilmette and Winnetka. third period, both teams dap up their goalies as buckle in, folks. Wilmette and Winnetka tied at 2 going to period number 3. They gathered around Jose Bardales down in the goal to our right, and then Winnetka gathered around their goalie, Wyatt Pedowitz, in front of their bench. And probably all to a man said, hey, buddy, we got you.
Yeah, and both teams have to respect what their goalies have been able to do for them so far in this game, and it could very easily be a much more high-scoring game right now.
Papuga kicks it to his stick, goes cross ice, the shot into the body of Pedowitz. That puck is still loose. Petrovic slides it towards the slots, and now Winnetka comes the other direction. Nice play there by Kashani to jump the skater, take the puck away, but right back Mikey Prentice backhands it out. Race for the puck here between Max Mann and Hunter Weiss. They get tied up. Mann will play it for Winnetka. Nobody out in front. Now down the near wall comes Melgard, Wally Melgard. Melgard in, tries to go short side. That bounces back up over the net. And Max Mann will take it. Nice feed up ahead to McLaughlin. McLaughlin taking it wide. It's put in, sticked away by Bardales. Didn't see that Winnetka skater screaming down the far side. That was Cal Warmus. Push to space. Weiss will go back and get it. No icing. Minute and a half gone by here in the third. O'Dowd. Saporito and O'Dowd. O'Dowd across to Saporito. What a save by Pedowitz. Saporito and O'Dowd. Tick-tack. Only thing missing was the goal. That was a gorgeous save. Pedowitz post to post to rob MJ Saporito. Now O'Dowd on the faceoff.
And sometimes it takes a save like that, Aaron, to get the offense going once again for the Warriors, who look to be on the attack here.
Yep, here's Caruso. Spins in the corner. And shot hits Petrovic out in front. Cross ice pass. Saporito not able to work it away from Thatcher Burkhart. Now James goes cross ice. James and gets to McCarthy, who clears it in as Wilmette goes for a full 5-player change. Cross ice pass into the attacking zone. Burkhart leaves the puck. And, giveaway here. Not able to do anything with it is Dix as it's sticked away. Now a giveaway in the neutral zone the other direction. Stock tries to drag through and fire the wrist shot. It's knocked off his stick. The Warriors, Linehan now through the neutral zone. Linehan stick handles to his right. Linehan deep, bad angle shot. And is that in? Nope, they're gonna say it's a save. Linehan thought he had Bardales beat. Hard to tell. I'm watching the stream on the computer here. It's a couple seconds behind, so I can use it as replay. You saw that puck sitting on the red line by the near post, and Linehan threw his arms in the air. Bardales dropped the mitt on the glove, on the puck, but no goal called. Now Klein quickly the other way, 1-on-2. Caden Klein cross ice. Being hit from behind was Sondag. Center ice fought for the puck. Klein will come back the other direction, 1-on-4. Klein will fire the wrist shot wide. Neutral zone, Max Mann. Mann will use the net. Linehan driving the net and stolen away though by O'Dowd. O'Dowd met at the red line. Oof, O'Dowd spins away from two, gets away from Caruso. O'Dowd to his left and just too many layers. Every step of the way there was a black jersey waiting for him. Now Caruso runs into Petrovic. 10 minutes left. Off the glass and finally worked out by Wilmette. Winnetka will take it right back though. Sims loses it at the blue line. It's thrown out the other way. McCarthy tries to tip it to himself. McCarthy uses leverage.
Looks like that could have been a hold.
Are they gonna get McCarthy? Yeah, they're gonna get McCarthy with holding the stick.
Yeah.
And he's saying that I was being hooked, but McCarthy, you could see that McCarthy had his hands on the stick of the Winnetka defender. I think that was Burkhart in that far corner. He's got his jersey tucked in, so I can't quite tell, but great chance now for Winnetka. A power play with 9:33 left in the third period.
And we talked about this earlier in the game, how physical this game is, and especially down the stretch here, not only the physicality of it all and the toll that it's taking on these players here, but also there's a lot to be said about that physicality getting called and now a penalty resulting.
Yeah, I like the amount of physical play that has been in this game without the ability to body check.
Yeah.
And players are really
They've been doing a good job.
Smart on their skates, using leverage and being strong on their sticks. Mikey Prentice, far wall, Petrovic. Prentice stick handles through Petrovic. He'll push it back around the far side for Smith. Smith near corner. Linehan back to the point. He was expecting Caruso to be closer to the wall than he was, and it's thrown the length of the ice. Carter Caruso will have to go back and get it. With a minute 18 left on the power play, Caruso overscared. Puck rolls off his stick and was cleared in by Saporito. O'Dowd. We're gonna have a penalty on Winnetka. O'Dowd now trying to stick handle through, and that'll do it for the power play. So 4 to a side for 59 seconds, and then a power play for Wilmette. This was 2-0 Winnetka, with 2 goals in the span of about 30 seconds for the Junior Trevians, tied it at 2.
And in a lot of the other games that we've seen where some quick goals early has resulted in runaways for teams, the Junior Trevians got to give them credit for getting back and evening this game up, and now we're seeing a much more evenly paced game.
Yep, another icing here on Winnetka, 8:26 left to go third period. And we got, not only are the seats full, you got people all the way around the boards along the end of the ice. Got a really good crowd for this one. O'Dowd loses the draw. Winnetka is able to clear it out. James left to chase. Weiss on the other side. Weiss, the one-touch pass. What do we got? Offsides?
Looks like it.
Yeah, offsides, I think, as Winnetka touched that puck. I'm going to sit for about 30 seconds.
I think you deserve it.
Yeah. Oof, that feels good. Nice padded high chair with the lower back support.
It's nice to have that available here at Canlan, West Dundee.
The things that you appreciate as a 50-year-old, lower back supports is definitely one of them. Here comes O'Dowd with some speed. O'Dowd cut off in the corner by Ian Duncan, then gets double teamed, loses the puck, and Duncan backhands it forward to Caruso. Caruso 1-on-3. Caruso to his right, and he scores! Carter Caruso, 1-on-3, makes it 3-2, Winnetka. Looked like a nothing play, coming to his right, shooting back to his left, and Carter Caruso gives the Warriors the lead.
Maybe one of the quickest shots that we've seen all day, beating him glove side there. And that might be either the momentum that Winnetka needs or the kick that the junior Trevians are going to need to get back in with only 7:48 left.
That really was a blink of an eye wrist shot, snapshot by Carter Caruso. Caught me off guard. I was talking about how comfortable my chair was.
Just when you thought you had some time, boom, the puck's in the back of the net.
Klein, drop pass. Ooh, almost breaking in as Melgard. Now 2-on-2 the other way. Linehan to his right. Power play for Wilmette for 55 seconds. Will James starts up the near wing, loses the puck. It's cleared in deep behind the net. Taken by George Smith for Winnetka, up the wall. Gets underneath Stock. He'll go back and get it in his own zone. He'll flip it to Weiss. Weiss looking for O'Dowd, given away there. Ben Sims down the near wall. Won't just throw it deep with 18 seconds left on the power play. Headhunter goes up over the dome of George Smith. Back to get it is Fletch Christopher. And now Caruso gains the red line. Scales it deep as the power play is up. We're down to 6:30 left. Winnetka with a 3-2 lead. Knocked down at the point. It was Max Mann, no call. Caruso will go back to center ice to get the puck. Being bothered by McCarthy. Drop pass. McCarthy almost takes the puck away. Caruso getting tied up. Caruso will go down. Saporito's shot goes high and wide. Now up and out, and I think it's going to be an icing on Winnetka. It will be. 5:49 left to go in a fantastic hockey game here from West Dundee.
Yeah, under 6 minutes left, I expect to see a lot more physical play like we've said, and some of the most aggressive on-net attacking that we've seen throughout this entire playoffs as it's coming down here to the final 6 minutes.
James Dix taking the face-off for the Wilmette Junior Trevians. It's won by Winnetka. Warriors up with it. Ryan Shea.
Up and out of bounds, it looks.
Yeah, up and into the bench. Face-off at center ice. Tie up at the center ice circle. Cal Warmus overskates and goes back defensively to take the puck, and Winnetka has it with 5.5 left. Off the boards, James keeps the near points. Fires it deep.
And Winnetka would love to play a little bit of keep away here on their end, preferably not on their end of the ice.
Right,
but
keep away in the attacking zone.
Yeah.
James will pinch to keep it deep. Ian Duncan spins in the near corner, has it on the forehand. He'll throw it out. It's tapped down by Prentice. Klein, one-touch pass. Dix, top of the near circle. Dix drives the net, has to spin away. Good defense by the Warriors. Looking for Klein out front. That's going to come out to center ice. Kashani back to Stock. Stock gives it away to Mikey Prentice. Prentice with Linehan. Prentice off the blocker of Bardales. Now Sims near half wall. Just shovels it deep. Kashani taking away Prentice. Kashani again, loses it again. Now back up the wall. A couple players get tied up at the side half wall. That's going to be an icing here on Wilmette with 4:07 left.
And as we're approaching under 4 minutes here, we saw this in the previous game between the Vikings and the Blues. The Blues decided to pull their goalie around the 2:10 mark.
Yeah, difference though is they were down by 2.
That's true.
They were down by 2. So when you got to get a couple, you'll see that. You're probably not thinking about pulling your goalie till you get down to about a minute here, down by a goal. I mean, it's an arbitrary number, but 1 minute has sort of always been that benchmark when you're down by a goal. O'Dowd to his left with some speed. Drop pass. Saporito, his shot blocked. Puck rolls on O'Dowd, and now Caruso runs into Saporito, gives worse than he gets, takes the puck back, throws it the length of the ice, and that will roll down on Bardales, so no icing. Oh, that's a dangerous pass by Bardales. O'Dowd into some space now. O'Dowd shot blocked. He goes and gets it behind the net, has it on his forehand. O'Dowd, Saporito, the shot blocked into the corner. Good stick work by Winnetka to get in the way of the shot. Near half and out. 3:10 left. Petranovic back to get it for Wilmette. McCarthy right at the blue line. Top of the near circle. McCarthy dangles. McCarthy in. The save. The puck loose in the paint, and Caruso is the first one on it. That will come out to center ice. Now back in is Weiss. He gets cut off along the wall. In the corner with it is Melgard. Melgard tries to drive the net. Linehan throws it to the far wall. Stock into the corner with 2.5 left. Back up the wall, Duncan kept in by Stock. Stock right back into the corner, right back to Duncan. Duncan behind the net now. He'll turn up ice. He gets a lane. He backhands it off the glass. That'll come out to center ice. Weiss stops it there, has to play it back to Stock. It jumps up on edge. Stock will go back and get it with 2:13 left. Chipped to the neutral zone. Swept back in, no icing. Good clear in by Winnetka. Weiss with 2 minutes. Weiss gets knocked down in his own zone. McCarthy leaves the puck at the red line. Skating forward is Ben Sims, 1-on-5, loses the puck. Now O'Dowd with under 2 minutes. O'Dowd cross ice. McCarthy back to O'Dowd. O'Dowd gives the puck away. Caruso gets it to his stick. Caruso stick handled. Chopped over to the near side. O'Dowd with 1:30 now. Keeping an eye on the goalie to our right. O'Dowd knocked down in the corner. No call. Saporito in the corner. O'Dowd gets up, but it's too late. It's thrown around and kept in at the point nicely by Kashani. Down to 1:15. That'll bounce up and out and comes to center ice. Winnetka has it with 1:09 left. Stick handling through. Kashani will take the puck away. That's out to center. Chipped forward by McCarthy. McCarthy up to Saporito. Saporito in. The shot, then the save made by Petowitz. And we're going to get a penalty called on Winnetka. What a pass from Niall McCarthy to MJ Saporito, and Wyatt Petowitz saving the game for the Warriors.
And Niall McCarthy was right there too. The puck bounced just right over his stick on the rebound, and he wasn't quite able to get that put back, but that was one of the best opportunities that the junior Trevians have had in the last few minutes here.
Well, we're going to take a quick timeout. Buckle in. 53.8 seconds left. Wilmette trails 3-2, but they will be a man up when we come back. Well, you can hear the noise here in West Dundee. Wilmette and Winnetka A border battle right now. Winnetka with a 3-2 lead, but Wilmette on the power play as Hunter McLaughlin is in the box. O'Dowd will take the face-off, wins it cleanly. Stock at the point. He'll go D to D. McCarthy shot through, doesn't make it through, knocked down by George Smith. Back to McCarthy at the far point. O'Dowd. O'Dowd shot. Oof. Back door was Saporito. Stick handling is Melgard behind the net with 30 seconds left. Saporito, now O'Dowd. Here comes the goalie. The puck is knocked into the neutral zone. McCarthy will have to go back and get it. O'Dowd with 20 seconds left. Maybe time for one more rush. Saporito through center ice. 14 seconds. Saporito into the attacking zone. The shot high and wide. Ian Duncan behind the net with 8. Throws it around far side. Kept in over there by O'Dowd with 4. It's knocked out, and the Winnetka Warriors are your 2025-26 Peewee Major champions. They defeat Wilmette 3-2.
One of the best, most physical games that we've seen all day, and just a little bit extra on that speed and edge that Winnetka had in this game, and that ended up being the difference and capitalizing on some of the mistakes from the junior Trevians.
Well, that was a great, great hockey game. The 1 seed goes down to the 2 seed. Winnetka are your 25-26 Peewee Major champions here in Central States this season. Matt and I are going to shut our mics off. We're going to let the crowd tell you the rest of the story. We'll do the banner presentations, and then we'll get ready for the 4th and final game, which will be the Wilmette Junior Trevians and the Peoria Junior Mustangs in a Bantam minor matchup. Stick around for that. Welcome in to West Dundee, Canlan Sports for the 4th and final championship game here on Super Bowl Sunday. It is a Bantam minor matchup between the number 2 seed Peoria Junior Mustangs and the upset-minded 8th seed the Wilmette Junior Trevians. My name's Aaron Shellen. My broadcast partner is Matt Donnelly. And Matt, we talk all the time about how when you get to the postseason, regular season does not mean a whole heck of a lot. The regular season, this Wilmette team was 11-9-3. They finished in 8th place in the Bantam minor division. They had to take down an undefeated St. Louis Knights team to get here, and they did just that, as in the round robin, Winnetka, all right, let me find the right brackets here. I'm looking at Peewee. In the round robin play, Wilmette was 2-1, while Peoria, who comes in as the number 2 seed, they were 15-5-3 in the regular season. They were a perfect 3-0 in round robin play. The first shot is in on Seamus Ochoa, and he will scoop and make the save. And a hot goalie can take you a long way in the postseason. Seamus Ochoa is just that. He was terrific in yesterday's championship appearance clinching win. He's got to do it here again today, as now when it's a body and goes wide. These two teams played twice this year. A 4-3 Junior Mustangs victory back on January 11th. And then on the 24th, they played to a 1-1 tie. So a couple of close games between these two teams. The 14th and final game here from Canlan, West Dundee this weekend. What did you have to say, Matt?
No, yeah, you've been doing a lot of games so far this weekend and last week.
A lot of talking
as well.
Love it.
I'll give you a break here and just say that how important that goaltending has been throughout today and throughout the playoffs. And if you can get the good goaltending for any given day, and like you said, who cares what happened during the regular season? This is a championship game.
Yep,
once the puck drops, it's anybody's game.
Now we got a 2-on-1 here. Crebo takes the shot that dings the crossbar and goes up into the netting. We're going to face off a minute gone by here in period 1 of game 14 of the weekend. Game 81-ish. I know we got a couple of games that are going to finish up after us on other rinks, but 83 games over 4 days here for Central States between last weekend, the Prospects, and this weekend, your minor and major. Kept in at the point, Myers. There's a shot through. The puck's loose in the paint. That's still loose. And it finally is shoveled into the corner as Blake Crebo took a shot from a bad angle. There's another shot. The puck's off the side of the net. And the Junior Trevians come out the near side with it. That's Traficanto. Traficanto cuts to his left, loses the puck. Now shoveled forward. O'Connell gets tripped up by Warren. First time all day we've seen players who are legally allowed to body check each other. We haven't seen that yet at the Squirt or the Peewee division, but here at the Bantam level, able to throw that weight around a little bit.
And I'm sure as those kids are coming up through the Peewee ranks, they're just waiting to get to Bantam so that they can finally lay into somebody on the boards.
You know, I've always said, as we've done everywhere from, I mean, I've done mite hockey games this year, anywhere from 8U up to midget 18U, and I've called high school hockey and stuff, and there's more hitting at the Bantam level that there is in really any other level. And I think it's for that reason. You know, the harness is finally removed, the training wheels are taken off, and hitting is now encouraged. But you got to be smart about it. You don't want to hit and take yourself out of position as that puck goes up off the mask of Seamus Ochoa.
And these players obviously have been playing most of their lives at this point, especially at the higher levels of play. And it's a new thing that they're going to have to learn in their development as hockey players as they grow and get into this high school age. Learning how to hit properly and appropriately and do it effectively is something that they're learning for the first time at this level.
Not just how, but when, right? You don't want to hit and get yourself out of position. As that's flipped up into the air, and Ochoa makes the glove save. You know, sometimes your eyes get big when you see a potential open ice hit, and all that does is take you out of position. You potentially leave your wingman or your D partner out to dry. So it's not just learning how to hit safely, but also learning when to hit, when it's appropriate, when it's not. As another face-off here to the right of Ochoa. Peoria buzzing here to start period 1. The conversation over at the bench between one of the linesmen and the Peoria coaching staff. Starting in goal down to our right for Peoria is Kinley Billingsley down to our right. Haven't had to call her name yet. All the plays been to our left.
All right.
Thrown back behind the net. Bentley Dolan will backhand it to the near points. Green gives it back to Dolan. And it comes out to the neutral zone. Brendan Falusi up to center. Shoveled forward to the Wilmette blue line, and now the other way, McCauley. His shot will go up and over Kinley. Back to the blue line, out to center ice. Back to play it is Ryder Ascione. Ascione for Wilmette. Will stick handle find McCauley. McCauley off the ankle of Riker Hutchinson. Shoveling it forward. Right back out. Good first couple shifts for Peoria. Put some pressure on Wilmette and the junior Trevians. And we've talked about this in a lot of the games here over the weekend. You know, you get that offensive pressure against you early on. You don't necessarily need to come back with a goal, but a good shift, good offensive possession in the attacking zone, maybe get a couple shots towards the net, at least possess the puck on the other side of the ice.
And with the nature of a championship game, you never go into it expecting it's going to be super high scoring. So sometimes those momentum changing possessions and having a good penalty kill, for example, could be all the difference in getting momentum back on your side. Yeah,
and there's always, I think, a little bit of apprehension when the game starts because you don't want to make that big mistake early, right? You don't want to give momentum to the other side. Here's a shot from the top of the near circle, or far circle rather, that goes wide. Peoria continues to possess. Here's a shot through. Kept in over there by Hutchinson. Hutchinson up the wall. Finds O'Connell. O'Connell now behind the net. It's Mason Mears getting bumped. Hutchinson will backhand it forward a little bit, but ultimately it is cleared out and iced by the Wilmette Junior Trevians with 10:46 left in the first period. Draw to the left of Seamus Ochoa.
And I think so far in this game, we've seen the most amount of sticks on the puck deflecting up and out of play into that net. And so it'll be interesting to see if that plays a role in front of each of the goalies today, if some of those deflections can get an extra goal or two in for either team.
Yeah, Wilmette's given up some offensive zone time, but they're at least trying to get in the way of Seamus Ochoa and deflect a lot of those pucks wide as Zupanzik tries to flip it to himself. That'll bounce off of Mason Mears, cleared in by Warren, and it's the first touch of the game for Kinley Billingsley. She'll leave it, and now out to center ice. It's O'Connell. Shot through the paints, comes out the near side, and Green will take it back in center ice for the junior Trevians. Tries to split the defense. Puck ends up in the Wilmette zone and not out. Dumped deep. About 6 minutes gone by here in the first period. Back up the wall, Zupanzik from the near point. It's deflected wide by Ochoa. It bounces off the end boards, comes right back to him, so drops the mid on it and gets face off.
And it seems like in the early part of this game, Aaron, there's a lot of feeling out of either team defensively to see kind of what front that they're going to run with in their defensive zone and see what the best point of attack is.
A diving clear by Wilmette. right at center ice. Blake Crebo near circle. Off the post. I think it may have hit the outside of the post. Oh, hop to center ice. Taken by Chris Falusi. He loses it. The shot in. Billingsley is able to kick that one out. Now Ryan O'Donovan finds McCauley. McCauley drop pass. Ascione shot. Billingsley makes the save and shoveled to center ice. McCauley. Now Rory Knapp to Lohmeyer, who will clear it in. Drop pass. McAllister. Provost. One touch into the Wilmette zone. But back on it here is Ben Hoffman. Wally in the corner, loses it. Back to the point and chunked out to the neutral zone. Where are the Trevians? Shovel it forward. Alex Irving. Getting knocked down in the corner. Comes over far side. Hoffman. Miles Green back up the wall. Hoffman again. Green. Hoffman. Green. And then out to center ice by Peoria.
A little bit of back and forth between each team there.
Yeah, a little bit. Just playing some catch. That'll roll wide of Kinley Billingsley. Miles Green behind his net, spins to his forehand, gets some help. And eventually it's dug out to center by the Mustangs. Nick Warren behind the net. He loses the puck. Shot from right out in front, hits some skates and some sticks. That was Caden Jolly, not able to get it all the way through. Hits those Zamboni doors again, and it's done that a bunch here over the course of these 2 days. Warren behind his net, 7 minutes left. Off the glass and ices it.
Yeah, sometimes off those doors and boards, the puck can take some weird bounces here and there and give some unique opportunities for the attacking team.
6 minutes, 58 seconds left. And I made the comment a little bit earlier. We got the Winnetka Warriors Peewee major team that just beat Wilmette to take the Central States Championship. They've been walking back and forth in their championship hats and T-shirts. I said they all think they're big shots out there.
Yeah, they had to make sure to let the Wilmette
let
folks
everybody know. Let everybody know we are the champions. That's right.
As the song blared when they were accepting their championship banner.
6:48 left. Save made by Ochoa. Faceoff will come to his right. Blake Crebo on the faceoff for Peoria. It's over by the far wall. Spinning off the wall is Crebo with the puck. He'll lose it. Poked back to the point, Hutchinson. Hutchinson keeps it in. That'll come out to center ice. McCauley to Dunlap. Jake Dunlap holds, gives it away. Telegraph that a little bit. Mears flips it to Crebo, too far out in front of him. Crebo over far side for McAllister, who overskates it. Now Dunlap will shoot it wide of Billingsley. Bentley Dolan behind the nets. Runs it Ascione. Cross ice, Ascione turns the backhand, the save by Billingsley as she does the splits and makes a big save, keeping it scoreless.
And she was fully extended out to her left there, making sure that toe didn't leave the crease to allow that puck in, and she held firm with it.
Just to see her tap the post there multiple times, getting a little bit of help from her friend. Kinley Billingsley keeps it scoreless. That one is shot wide. Pushed behind the net, near corner. Ascione gets run into by McAllister. Now McAllister D to D. Brendan Chris Falusi up to the blue line, but not out. Ascione keeps. Behind the net, McAuliffe brings it up off the glass and out. Bodie Lohmeyer will go back and get it. The puck jumps on edge, no icing. Near corner. Ascione tries the backhand flip to McCauley, who loses his balance. Lohmeyer back to Ascione. Ascione near circle, spins off, now throws it in deep. Back to get it is Emmett McCauley. McCauley from below the red line, just hoping for a deflection, and Peoria will ice it. 4 minutes, 45 seconds left. First period, still no score.
And we've seen this in a couple of the games today where the early parts of the first period are going to be primarily where we see the feeling out on defense. And then, you know, once each team gets a little bit more tired, a few more mistakes start to happen, that's when these teams really show why they're in the championship game and take advantage of those mistakes.
The longer you go scoreless, especially in a championship game, the more stressful it gets, right?
The more tense you might play.
Here's Crebo taking it wide. And
offsides.
Yep, offsides. We had a game last night. It wasn't on this rink, it was behind us. It was the Sabres and Wilmette, I think in the opposite end of the last game we did, the Peewee Major game. It was scoreless until there were about 20 seconds left.
Wow.
Third period. It was the Sabres and Winnetka. Yeah, it was Winnetka. Winnetka scored with 20 seconds left in that game, and today they win a championship. It's funny how that works out. 4 minutes left in the period. Scored out to center. Mears clears it in on the feed from Green. Nobody home but dark blue jerseys. Shoveled forward to Theo Breen. Breen passed a little too far out in front of Enzo Seifert, and that'll be offsides. Ugh, excuse me.
A little tired there, Aaron?
Oof, a little bit.
You haven't called that many hockey games lately, have you?
It's not it's not calling the games it's tough. It's just being here for as long as I am. Yesterday I got here right before 6 a.m. and I left just after 9 p.m. and then was back here today about 6:45.
Just an average day at the office.
Yeah, it's all right. Dunlap forward for LeVar, just out of his reach. And it's a shin pad. Here's a shot. Pad save, rebound, save Billingsley.
And just the inability to elevate there. Yeah. If they would have gone up over Billingsley's pad, they would have had all net.
Kinley Billingsley has had to make 2 or 3 big stops here in the first period for Peoria. Hutchinson down the far wall. He'll run right through Enzo Seifert. Now Ryan O'Donovan in the corner. It's knocked down, dug out by the junior Mustangs. Backhanded in on Ochoa, and Seamus will cover up, and we'll get some pushing and shoving. And Caden Jolly just hands up saying, I didn't do it, it wasn't me. Jolly will step out of the crease, and we'll have a face-off with under 3 minutes left in the first. Wilmette wins the draw. Ben Hoffman circles his net. He'll come all the way back to the blue line and out. Zupanzik taken over by Hoffman. Comes back the other way. Giveaway at the blue line, McCauley. He'll dump as we approach the 2-minute mark. Riker Hutchinson finds Cherry. And in offsides was Jack Traficanto with 2:07 left in the first period. Traficanto and Crebo on the faceoff. It's won by Peoria. McAllister going D to D. Gets it right back. Mears tries to clear it in. Now a potential breakthrough. That's wide behind the net. Crebo back to the point. Shot through some traffic, skips wide. Near half wall, given away there.
And we've already seen the danger today of those bouncing pucks in front of the net. Not only for them to go in themselves, but the ricochet and rebounds that might be put in after.
Mason Mears bumped. He's able to play the puck out. Cleared back low. O'Connell with it. Quinn O'Connell along the near side, but it's taken over by Wilmette. Traficanto, near circle. The feed out in front, just out of the reach of Alex Irving. Wilmette's close. They got a couple of really good chances. Haven't been able to beat Kinley Billingsley yet. Thought we might have a penalty there. We don't. Instead, it's fired into the Peoria bench with under a minute left. That's the first time we've heard either fan group groan.
Yeah.
As the Wilmette fans looking for a hold or a interference or something there right at the blue line.
That's something that's really stuck out to me today in particular, is the amount of positive parent and fan support that we've seen at these championship games. The crowds have been great all day long.
Positive energy. That's what we like, positive energy. Kept in far point, LeVar's shot. Billingsley watches it all the way in. Tell the goalie's on it when they can see the puck all the way in and staring at it as it ends up in the chest protector.
Yeah, and we've talked about the physical imposing of some of the goalies that we've seen during Championship Sunday today, and Billingsley is able to man her post quite well and is a real statue there.
Or woman her post, if you will.
Woman her post, very good, very good, Aaron.
She's been good, she's been really good.
Yeah.
Like I said, she's had to make 2 or 3 really tough saves so far.
Good vision on the puck, too, seeing it from out near the blue line, like you said.
16 seconds left, puck in the far corner. And 5 skaters down there. It's eventually dug out, backhanded through. Ochoa doesn't have to make the save as it deflects wide in the first period will come to an end. Couple clean chances for Wilmette, but Kinley Billingsley shuts the door. We're through 15 scoreless here on Super Bowl Sunday. Scoreless through 1 here, championship game number 4. It's the 3rd time we've seen a Wilmette Junior Trevians team. We saw Squirt Major cap off a perfect season, 30-0 regular season, 4-0 postseason with a 3-1 win. Then the Orland Park Vikings with a Peewee minor championship victory. Then Winnetka just took down Wilmette in a Peewee major. So Wilmette looking for 2 championships here today. They got to get through Peoria as that shot is gloved down by Ochoa 6 seconds in. Ooh, right through the crease. Here's a shot through. Ochoa with the blocker save. Kept in at the point. And that'll come out to center ice. And we're going to have an icing. We will. A bit of a quiet whistle.
Yeah, unlike some of those other whistles that we've heard from other rinks today, that one stuck out just well enough for us to hear it. And that's something we'll see with these 15-minute periods, that we'll see how much icing we get as time goes on. That's typically a sign of, you know, getting tired and having to desperation clear it. And nothing yet, as it's a scoreless game.
Potential 2-on-1. LeVar coming up the ice with McAdams. LeVar shots, and Billingsley makes the save. Atwood from the point, kicked out. We got a big hit there. Trying to get a number on that freight train. That was Bentley Wally, number 9, running through Warren. LeVar is able to bang it out. When Wally gets knocked down at the other end, so he gives and then he gets as his shift ends. Giveaway at the near point, dumped in by Atwood. Swept out in front. Peoria Junior Rivermen, Peoria Junior Mustangs, they used to be the Rivermen.
And that used to be the AHL team in Peoria there.
Yep, they used to be the Peoria Rivermen. They changed their name. I got a confirmation email when we were setting all this up. I want to make sure we're the Junior Mustangs. We're not the Rivermen anymore. Because there are teams in Peoria that were, you had the Junior Mustangs, but then there were also the Rivermen. See, when you were calling a Peoria game, you had to qualify which team you were doing the game for.
Right, you couldn't just say Peoria.
So they've clarified for us, made it a little bit easier. Thank you for that. Here comes Caden Jolly up the wing. Jolly taking it wide. He gets bumped hard, keeps moving forward, has the puck. Pushed out in front, Green in his skates. Goes D to D. See Panzik down low for Cord Cherry. And Green behind the nets. Losing his stick was Jolly. Jolly with a stick over his head, and he plays that. You got a quick whistle. Oh, huge hit in the corner. That was Miles Green with a huge hit, and I think he might go to the box for it. Yeah, he's being ushered to the sin bin. Let's see what the call is. Roughing will be the call on Miles Green in the near corner. So power play opportunity for the 8th seed, Wilmette Junior Trevians.
And as far as you know, Aaron, they'd be one of the highest seeds to win a championship, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what the history is, but you would have to think that, because it's the top 8 teams that make it, so they were the lowest seed to make the playoffs, and they are 1 win away from a championship banner. It's been an impressive run here for Wilmette. LeVar back to the point. Traficanto. Ascione. Traficanto shot up over the crossbar. There's a shot, and Billingsley makes the save off the stick of Jake Dunlap. Well, thank you so much for tuning in to this Central States Championship Sunday here from West Dundee. I'm Aaron Schellen, he's Matt Donnelly, and it has been a fun couple of weeks, a tiring couple of weeks, no doubt, but it has been a lot of fun. Short-handed bid shot wide. I'll get into the thank yous before we end things, since this is our final Central States game of the year, but right now we got some hockey to call. LeVar on his backhand, now cuts back on his forehand. Dunlap. Two to a side in that corner. Dunlap out with it. Ascione cross ice, winding up. O'Donovan the shot, kicked out by Billingsley. Played with a high stick. Yep. Kenley Billingsley continues to be strong in goal for the junior Mustangs. We'll have an offensive zone draw. With 11:31 left, middle frame.
And with both goalies being very strong in net so far, it's all going to be about which team is able to make the opposing goalie break first.
So far, neither goalie is broke. We got goose eggs. Swept in. Hoffman will go to get it, but Caden Jolly with the first one on it. Kept in at the point by Knapp. Hoffman, now McCauley. Billingsley watches it all the way in. .40 seconds left, power play, 11:10 left in the period. Face off one cleanly by Wilmette. The bomb hits the skate of Hutchinson out in front and goes wide. Far half wall. Lohmeyer back to the points. Seyfried's shot is knocked down. 21 seconds. And cleared in and out. Puck underneath the stick of Hoffman, and that'll be an icing call on a Wilmette with 4 seconds left on the power play, 10:34 left in the game. So just a shout out and a thank you to Central State's president, Jimmy Murphy. Yeah, it's been a great season. It really has. We weren't really sure what this year was going to look like. Our first year involved with Central States, and we were hoping for some growth and hoping to bring you some entertaining hockey, and I think so far so good. My relationship with Jimmy, that puck comes all the way through. It's right pad save made by Ochoa. Cherry rolls it forward. I'll get back into my thoughts about Jimmy Wright here in just a minute once we get a stoppage of play, but Green chunks it wide. McAllister runs into McAdams. Cross ice pass Green. Green top of the near circle. Behind the nets. Cherry now back to the point. Slap shot in. Ochoa makes the save. I had a lunch with Jimmy before the season started. We just sort of talked about what he was looking for, and this is something that my partner Eric Willowhite and I have done for about 5 years now, and really it started, I don't want to say as a hobby, because you always get paid a little bit, so it's not really a hobby. Say a side gig, right? A fun side gig. And this has turned into my career, broadcasting youth and high school sports, and I want to thank Jimmy Wright for being available. He and I talk these last couple of weeks. We've talked probably 3 or 4 times a day. As here's another chance for Peoria. That doesn't make it in on Ochoa. The deflected puck that goes wide comes out the near side. Stick handling is Wally behind the net, out in front, gets tied up, and now Wilmette will come forward with it. Even when I was up in Great Wolf Lodge with my family this past week, doing some water parking on Wednesday and Thursday, and even when I was there, I was talking to Jimmy. So
the grind never stops.
I'm sitting in the hotel room trying to get caught up a little bit, and there my family's all down in the pool, and I get Jimmy on the phone. So the two of us talk 3 or 4 times a day for the last couple of weeks as Jackson McAllister will go to the penalty box here. It'll be a power play for Wilmette, and Jimmy made sure I had everything I needed, not just at home in terms of rosters and making sure that I had everything I needed to broadcast these games, but making sure that all of our teams had everything they needed at their various rinks, from Wi-Fi to food to, really everything. So just a big thank you to Jimmy for making this go as smoothly as possible for us. Here's Ashione down low, driving the net. Right pad save made by Billingsley. Got some more thank yous, but it'll come after the power play. Ashione cross ice. Diving to make the block is Miles Green. Ashione again, back to the point. Traficanto. Back to O'Donovan, who gets buried in the corner. LeVar behind the nets. Dunlap. Traficanto flips it into the near corner. LeVar. Traficanto through, and Billingsley sees it through some traffic and makes the save. I want to thank all the team managers. Every single week I would send out an email that said, hey guys, we're coming to broadcast your game this Saturday, this Sunday, whatever, and this is the information I need from you, and I need it by Thursday because I can't do your game otherwise. And without fail, I don't think I had a single game this year where I had to track somebody down on Friday for a game that we were doing on Saturday. So team managers, team coaches were all fantastic. The rink managers making sure that we had our tables set up, our chairs set up, our internet access, our Ethernet were possible. We couldn't have done this without really all of that. And here's a one-on-one. Cherry with Traficanto. Cherry tries to go right forward, and Traficanto takes Cherry down. No call. And the Peoria coaches, they may as well be coaches. Peoria families are beside themselves. Ashione tries to skate through a double team. Dunlap. Ashione out in front, taken here by Peoria. That'll come out to center ice. Seifert. That's going to be offsides. And lastly, I want to thank our team. Just a fantastic year. The team is growing from year to year. It started with myself and my partner Eric Willowite back in the 2021 season. We added Mike Napolitano to the team a couple of years ago. We now trust Mike to run venues, and he was one of our leaders today. He's out in Darien calling the midget games. We got Ethan Wiles, who joined us last year. That puck's put into the Wilmette bench. Mike Napolitano, Ethan Wiles, Brandon Januska, Joe Williamson. Brandon and Joe joined the team this year. These students from the Illinois Media School. Matt, which is where you came from, you obviously helped us out tremendously during these playoff games. We didn't have the manpower to do 2-man teams at 3 different locations, back-to-back weekends, but the Illinois Media School made sure that we had anxious and eager students who wanted some on-air time, wanted some camera work, wanted some play-by-play and color practice to come in and join us to make sure that we could fill out our rosters here live. So obviously couldn't have done it without all those people as well, so thank you.
Yeah, and us at IMS, we're very thankful for this mutually beneficial opportunity here. We're happy to be here and very grateful for Aaron and his team to allow us to come in and get some practice and work some of these games. And this is truly how you get better in this industry. So we appreciate everything that they've done for us. And yeah, speaking to your point earlier, Aaron, about the team managers getting you the rosters, I mean, they know they're about to have a game called by Aaron Schellen. They don't want to mess that up. They want to get their rosters.
That's nothing. To give you an idea, so I got home last night about right before 10 o'clock. It's going to be offsides. I got home right around 10 o'clock last night, and I knew I had to be up again at 5:30 today to be back here by 7. And there were games like Peoria, for example. We didn't call a Peoria game yesterday. They played on the rink behind us, so I didn't have their roster. So I got home last night at like 10 o'clock, and I sent out emails to the team managers, and it was titled Championship Game Rosters Urgent. I said, you know, I apologize for the short notice. You know, we didn't get rosters because we weren't calling your games, but, you know, now we're calling your game tomorrow. We need your roster. And no joke, within minutes, I got the Peoria roster. You know, and it makes my life so much easier when that communication is what it is, and I am incredibly thankful for that. McAllister from the blue line, it's knocked down. Now the other way with it. It's Theo Breen. Breen gets destroyed in the corner, and he bounces up okay. Giveaway! Save made by Billingsley.
Yeah, that looked like it could have been a potentially dangerous collision here on the near boards. Thankfully, he popped up right away, but...
Yeah, the last person I want to thank, and I probably should have thanked her first, is my wife. My wife, Jenny. I am gone from September until February. I am gone basically every single weekend. I am out of the house every Saturday and every Sunday. Sometimes it's only for a couple hours if I've got, you know, I live in Wheaton. If I've got a game in, you know, Fox Valley or All Seasons in Naperville, I might only be gone for a couple of hours. But I might also be going to Rockford for 9 hours. And I did this every single weekend for 4 months. And I appreciate her letting me do this. And, yeah, and those are all the people I got to thank.
It's always nice to have the family support.
It absolutely is. My wife, she's not only my support, she's my business partner. And she's the one who helps me with all the stuff behind the scenes. Couldn't do it without her. Here's Cherry flipping it through. Gets it back. The shot off the blocker of Ochoa. And Cherry throws the shoulder. Or excuse me, that's Jolly throwing the shoulder. They had Jolly saw the hit coming and just leaned the shoulder in and gave worse than he got. 5:37 left second period. No score here from West Dundee. Face-off will come to the right of Seamus Ochoa, who's not been tested much. Kinley Billingsley down to our left, the goalie for Peoria, has had to make a handful of very difficult saves. See if Peoria can turn the offense on here in the second half of this one. Ascione goes cross ice. Zupanzik cleared to the Wilmette blue line. Bumped over there and dumped in. Zupanzik trying to dangle through is McAuley. That puck comes down, and Lohmeyer right in front of Billingsley takes a couple of cross checks to the back for his efforts. But Kinley Billingsley has been terrific today for Peoria.
And we'll have a complete line change here for Peoria.
5:10 left second period. Bodie Lohmeyer will take the face-off for Wilmette. One behind the net, Ryder Ascione. Enzo Seiferth driven into the corner boards. Thrown deep, going to get it behind the nets. Jolly back to the point. Hard wrist shot knocked down. Lohmeyer chips it into the air, throws it forward for McAuley. McAuley with Ascione. McAuley gets hauled down. Arms up, penalty on Peoria.
Yeah, I was going to say, hard to believe that there wouldn't be a penalty called on that with all that contact.
We've seen, the last couple of days, we've seen a lot let go, so you don't want to assume anything, but you know, you see the player get taken down, and then you scan the ice for one of the referees to see if the arm is up, and there was an arm up, so we get a penalty called here on Riker Hutchinson for the hold, the trip, the interference, whatever you want to call it. But it will be a man advantage now for the Wilmette Junior Trevians.
And this might be the breakthrough that they need to get on the board here early.
Maybe. We are scoreless through almost 2 periods. Ascione, O'Donovan, D to D, shot from the far point. And Billingsley will make the save.
Yeah, not really early anymore. You look up and there's only 4 minutes, 20 seconds left in the second.
Yep.
Not that it's been uneventful, but just that both teams have been playing stellar defense so far.
26 minutes of hockey, no score yet. Ascione, Traficanto top. Now O'Donovan throws it through, hits the shaft of a stick, and now a potential 2-on-1 if they hurry. Green out in front, the pass behind him, that'll roll in on Ochoa, who will hold the line, cover up for a faceoff. Cherry will take the draw. It's won by Wilmette. Now Jake Dunlap down the near side. Dump and chase. LeVar will go after it. High slots. And out comes Peoria. Jolly tries to feed O'Connell. Gets it back. O'Connell hit by LeVar. A couple of 44s going after each other. Far point, whiffing on the slap shot. Now taking it here is Nick Warren. Warren, long pass for Ascione. Ascione holds. Ascione, Seifert. Save made. Kidley Billingsley.
And that one from point blank range as well. One of the best opportunities we've seen so far for the junior Trevians.
Yeah,
they've had a few.
Really nice feed by Ryder Ascione. And Enzo Seifert, you're right in tight. But Billingsley made the save. McCauley on the draw now for Wilmette. 3:19 left second period. 44 seconds left on the power play to Ryder Hutchinson. Cleared up and out. That'll likely be an icing as it rolls up on its edge. And that is exactly what we'll have.
So far, a very effective job by Peoria to be clearing on this power play so far.
Forgot to change the period marker. I apologize, folks. It's the second period, not the first. Knapp at the near point. His pass will come to the neutral zone. Seifert will have to come back and play it. Crebo, surrounded by 5 blue jerseys, continues to take the puck. Now Lohmeyer. And we're going to get a roughing penalty called on Wilmette behind the play. So that will erase the remainder of this 12-second power play. 4 skaters do a side for 12 seconds, and then Peoria will have a man advantage for 1:48. Face off to the right of Seamus Ochoa. Wilmette wins it. Goes up the far side. Kept in over there, though, by Green. Green, Brewer. Sits on the blue line. Graham Brewer throws it behind the net. That'll be up off the boards and out as Peoria is now on the power play. And that isn't going to reach. It just dies at the back part of the right circle. Minute and a half on the power play. Brewer takes it again. He'll walk across the blue line with it. Stops the far half wall and sets up. Green. Shot through. Ochoa makes the blocker save. Green can't connect on that pass. It comes out to center ice. Bornhoff. Traficanto's shot in and out of the glove, or into the glove and not out of the glove of Billingsley, who will hold on for a faceoff.
And I'll be interested to see going forward in the rest of this game. We've seen a lot of shots taken from out near the perimeter, out near the blue line. We'll see how much more the strategy is going to switch toward trying to get the puck as close to the net as possible versus taking these shots and hoping for some traffic deflection.
Well, that's usually what happens in a scoreless game. It's usually not a highlight reel goal that breaks things up. When you're scoreless this long into the game, it's almost always a deflection or a bouncing puck. McAllister off the crossbar. The tip right out in front by Jolly. The puck is still loose, and diving on it.
Just like that,
Ochoa, yeah. Like I said, usually not a highlight reel goal. It's usually a deflection or a tip, and Jolly just missed, making it 1-0. Tapping the crossbar. You see Hayes Roween thanking a goalie's best friend.
The 7th defender out there.
That's right. Draw to the right of Ochoa. A minute 25 left in the period. 39 on the power play. Face-off won by the junior Mustangs. McAllister hammers it. Right pad by Ochoa. McAllister again. Finding Zupanzik. Zupanzik takes the shot. Ochoa the save. The rebound by... That was Zupanzik at the near point. Near post, rather. And that's cleared the length of the ice.
A lot of bodies there in front of the net.
A lot of bodies. The Peoria numbers are big and chunky, so it's hard sometimes to tell the difference between a 3 and an 8.
Or an 8 and a 6 sometimes.
Yeah, that was Quinn O'Connell at the near post. I was looking for a 37. I said, there is no 37. It was Quinn O'Connell, number 87. 1 minute 3 left, 16 seconds left on the power play. Crebo. Green near point. Looking for the tip, goes wide. Meeks far corner, back to the Mears back to the point. Green through a screen again. Near circle, he'll circle back. Backhanded through the deflection into the glove of Ochoa. The bouncing puck into the glove of Ochoa with 43 seconds left in the period. Well, this is the best Peoria has looked offensively really throughout the game. Took a power play to get him there, but we'll see if they can keep this momentum going here a little bit.
And we've seen this before where teams will kind of be playing in their own defensive end for most of the game, and then all of a sudden when it matters most in the third, they turn it on and are able to score.
McCauley. Ascione into his feet. Jolly. Brewer gains the red line, goes opposite corner with it. Cherry not able to get there first. Offsides is called. Looked like Cherry had cleared the zone, but whistled for offsides with 18 seconds left. Green. Throw it wide of the net with 10 seconds. Played there by O'Donovan up the wall and chipped out with 4 seconds. Across to Ascione, who goes down the shot out of the glove of Billingsley as the horn sounds as Ascione blew a tire, still got the shot on. We go to the third, scoreless. 15 minutes of hockey to decide a champion. Peoria Wilmette, Bantam Miners scoreless through 30 minutes. I'm Aaron Schell and he's Matt Donnelly. Peoria turned it on a little bit towards the end of the period, but most of the really good chances in this one have gone the way of the Wilmette Junior Trevians, and they break it out here. Taken away though by Hutchinson. Riker Hutchinson loses the puck. Dunlap pocket picked. Now he'll snake through. Avoids the hit, then gets bumped by McCauley. Traffic Canto, D to D, finds Knapp. Knapp up ahead, Irving. Irving loses it to Krebo. Krebo, Zupanzik. Zupanzik along the near wall. Irving. Traffic Canto triple teamed, unable to get the shot off. Thrown off the back glass. Now come out to center. O'Connell. Peoria not able to get it deep. So they're struggling to get offense set up. Getting hit in center ice is Chris Falusi. He gets back up, but by that point, it's coming the other way. Driving with it is Atwood, is shot off the left arm of Billingsley and wide. Near corner. Oh, nice keep by Warren as he's falling down, but it does come out to center ice. I'm also a traffic guard. I didn't think I was going to be a traffic guard while I was here as well. I spend a lot of time waving my arms and directing people like I'm one of those people who direct an airplane.
Right.
You know, if I had those big lights waving people to the left and right. Multitasking, that's what I got to do.
Got to make sure the stream looks as good as possible. Make sure we get every angle of the shots we can.
Yeah, rather than back of heads.
Yeah.
Trust me, if I wasn't one of those traffic directors, half our screen would be filled with back of heads. But the people have been great about it.
Yeah.
No real complaining. Here's a shot through. Ochoa with the right pad save.
And they get it. They know when it's a quality product. They
Yeah.
want to make sure that it's good as it can be.
Green, especially with a team like Peoria, right? There's a lot of people who probably couldn't make it up here. So I assume there's a lot of people from the Peoria area watching. So hello to those of you in Peoria. Cherry back to the point. The slap shots off the stick of Chris Fasali goes wide. Green. Holly gets tied up. Jolly gets tied up, excuse me. And it is it going to be iced? It will. It just has enough energy to get across the red line. 12 minutes left in the third period, scoreless. Seamus Ochoa. Draw to his right. Zupanzik near circle, off the crossbar and out.
Tap that crossbar one more time.
Second crossbar of the game for Peoria. Mears gets bumped into LeVar. Zupanzik unable to play it, and that'll roll down. McAllister will race with McAdams. It's a Mick race for the puck. Giveaway. Dunlap has it sticked away. Mears runs through Dunlap. And McAdams. McAdams to his right. Blockered away by Billingsley. Every shot now just feels a little more important. Big hit in the near corner, no call. Peoria comes out with it. Crebo eludes the hits, but Irving across the blue line to his left. Irving in between the circles. Had some space, didn't pull the trigger. And then Peoria will ice it. 10:53 left in the third period. Kinley Billingsley, Seamus Ochoa dueling shutouts so far. Which goalie will blink first? That is the big question. And this is shaping up to be very similar to the last time these two teams played. The last time these two teams played on January 24th, it was a 1-1 tie. So they've played some low-scoring games, kept in far points. Miles Green, that's chopped deep. Warren gets there for Wilmette, gets bothered in the corner, taken away. Right by the side of the nets. And a 2-on-1. Ascione has got McCauley. Ascione in, Ascione shoots. Billingsley makes the save. Ascione wants a penalty as he went down on that shot. No call, but Kinley Billingsley does a nice job. Kinley Billingsley does a nice job taking away the shooter and allowing her defenseman to take away the pass.
And that's good in-sync hockey that you really see at this level.
Yeah, but a 2-on-1 late in the third period makes all the hair stand up right on your arms. Like, it's just a stressful situation on both sides as now we have a scrum in the corner. 2 to a side, out front. Lohmeyer goes wide of the far post. Lohmeyer gets it again, loses it back to O'Donovan, near point, shot through some traffic. McCauley tips it into the opposite corner. Lohmeyer behind the net, McCauley through the paint. O'Donovan near circle, skates it wide. Has it behind the net, tries the wraparound. McCauley, Billingsley shuts it down out in front. Chris Falusi off the wall, up, and Caden Jolly will relieve some of the pressure. O'Donovan right back on the attack. Ascione leaves the puck behind. Maybe catching Wilmette in a bit of a change here. Crebo with Roween on his back behind the net. Mears. And no penalty as a Wilmette player tripped. Zupanzik, no lane, throws it off the linesman in the corner. Far side pinching is Green, and now a race for the puck, and Zupanzik will get there. Frankie Zupanzik. Mears is able to tip it deep, so no icing taken by Rory Knapp. 8:30 left. Wersky spins near circle, save Billingsley. She'll cover up and she gets hit. Puck gets knocked away, but they'll blow the whistle. She had it covered up with 8:20 left in the period. Draw will come to Kinley's right. You all right over there?
Yeah, I just dropped a piece of paper here.
Oh.
Just need to reach down and grab that.
Hey, you need that roster.
Yeah, you do.
Wally tries the self pass, too far out in front of him. Now Dunlap loses it at the far half wall. Comes out to center ice. Bentley Dolan one-on-one. Dolan dangles through. Dolan the backhand. The save made by Seamus Ochoa.
Beautiful handles there by Dolan, going left, right, and then good glove there by the goalie.
Yeah, got in tight, and Ochoa did a nice job making sure to not give Bentley Dolan really anything to shoot at. Had to go backhand short side, and Ochoa had it all the way.
Yeah, that's the thing when you're a goalie. You don't want to bite. You don't want to create any additional space for the attacker than might already be there.
Face off won by The junior Mustangs behind the net, wraparound, comes out the other way, Ashione. Out to McCauley, McCauley poke checked. Brewer. Gets through Warren, but it's back to Atwood, who's able to feather it to center ice. Oh, a giveaway there, Ashione with some space. Ashione behind his back, Ashione in the forehand, the save, the puck is loose. Billingsley made the first save. It had to be cleared away by her defense. Back at the point, Warren does a nice job keeping, but then it is backhanded out. Here comes Jolly. Jolly 1-on-2. Jolly with some space, rips it wide. And now quickly the other way, Wilmette. Warren gets drummed against the wall by Mears. They'll come out to center ice, and that'll be offsides. Center ice face-off as we're under 7. This is Ryan O'Donovan loses the puck in the near corner. Zupanzik near point. He'll throw it towards goal. Deflected by Quinn O'Connell, goes well wide. Out along the far wall. A couple players go down. Puck's still loose. And between the defenders and iced. Oh, they're going to wave off icing. I guess it was last touched by Peoria. Giveaway there. Another giveaway the other way. Now right at the blue line. O'Donovan has it for Wilmette. And that's going to be an icing on the junior Trevians. 6 minutes on the nose. We have played 39 minutes of hockey.
Good man.
No goals yet. 6 minutes to go. Face off to the left of Seamus Ochoa. That'll be Wally. We'll go get it behind the net, out in front. Shot and the save is made off the stick of Jordan Sackett through a screen. Seamus Ochoa gets some taps from his teammates, and it's still scoreless.
And it was elevated nicely by Sackett. He just put it right in the center of Ochoa there.
Puck is loose in the paint. Oh, somehow stayed out. McAllister shot through. The puck is still loose, and it breaks through. Peoria scores with 5:40 left. Ochoa lost his stick. There was a scrum out in front, and Jordan Sackett makes it 1-0 Peoria. What did I say, Matt? That first goal is very rare. In a game like this, that is scoreless as long as it is, that first goal is almost never a highlight reel goal. It's always something like that.
Something on a third, fourth, fifth, sixth chances we saw right there in front of the goal.
Peoria takes the lead with 5 minutes and 40 seconds left.
And now how much does the game plan change for Peoria? Are they gonna, would you recommend they stay aggressive with it, or do you think now is time
I don't think the game plan changes for Peoria. I think it has to for Wilmette.
Right, and it's just responding differently now maybe for Peoria.
I think if you're Wilmette, you gotta start to take a couple more chances, maybe pinch a little more, a little bit more aggressive on the forecheck. You still plenty of time, of course, 5.5 minutes, but you got to get something moving the right way. Dunlop pocket picked. Off the wall, up to McAdams, rather. McAdams not able to go through Miles Green. Now Mears. Mears down the near wall. Mears 1-on-4 will spin back around and just dump deep, taken over by Nick Warren. Warren the aerial pass. Bornhoff. That's off the blocker of Billingsley. Bornhoff takes it again. Bornhoff shoots it wide. And if Peoria does hold on, you go back and you look at the saves that Kinley Billingsley made in that first period. Couple of really tight saves right at the goal line. And give your goalie a tap on the helmet there for sure. Traficanto gives it away. Dolan tries to stick handle. He loses it. Ascione. Back pass gets it back to Ascione. Seyfirth. Ascione. Out in front. Save Billingsley. The rebound. Save Billingsley. Lohmeyer knocked down behind the net. Cleared up and out by Jordan Sackett. Now Dolan one-on-one. Dolan to his left. The shot. He scores! Bentley Dolan. Top corner makes it 2-0.
And that was just elevated perfectly over the shoulder of Ochoa into the goal. Beautiful shot from just in front of the blue line there.
Bentley Dolan, top corner. 2 goals in the last 2 minutes for the Peoria Junior Mustangs, and they are up 2-0. Green wins the draw. It's thrown in into the Wilmette bench with 3:28 left. Just past McAllister. He'll have to go and get it. Up the wall and kept in by LeVar, thrown opposite corner. Oh, big hit at the far point by Green. And Peoria gets the puck out. Just thrown deep by Graham Brewer. He'll go for a change as we're under 3.
And we'll take that, clear some time off the board here and reset.
McAdams can't get it deep. He'll go for a change. McAllister for Peoria. Ahead to Crebo. Crebo takes it wide. Left behind the net. Shoveled it into the near corner and out to center ice. Zupanzik. Back to Hutchinson. Back to Zupanzik with 2:24 left. Mears back cross ice. Ascione gets knocked down, no call, and Peoria will ice it. 2 minutes, 13 seconds left.
At what point here, Aaron, do we see Ochoa leave the crease for Wilmette?
It's a good question. You know, they're not on a power play, so it would be 6-on-5. Well, they're going to talk about it. Wilmette's going to take a timeout. 2:13 left. Peoria 2 minutes away from a championship. 2 third-period goals by the Mustangs, and you answer your question, there goes Seamus Ochoa to the bench. 6 on 5, 2:13 left. Wilmette trying to get one here. Draw is going to be the right of Kinley Billingsley. It's one into the corner. Looking for the nets. That'll be an icing, though, off the stick of Brewer. A couple seconds tick off, still 2:04 left. The windscreen fell off my microphone.
Oh, no. Need that.
I do need that. You don't need to hear me spitting. We get another icing. At this rate, the game will be over in about 35 minutes.
Yeah, we got some time. Super Bowl doesn't kick off till 5:30. Why not?
Excuse me. It's the first time all weekend I've coughed into the microphone. I've been really good about lifting the mic up every time I got a cough. See, folks, I was sick coming in to the games on Saturday, and then
you do it all day.
Then I called 14 hockey games over the last 2 days. Draw to the right of Billingsley, 1:57 left. Draws one by Wilmette. Shot it to body out in front. Cleared through. Here comes Wilmette. Or excuse me, here comes Peoria. It's Cord Cherry. Puts the cherry on top. It's 3-0.
Yeah, and I was wondering when they would get away from just shooting from their own end to the other goal, and this time it paid off for them to develop it up a little bit, get the puck in, and get a much closer shot.
Well, what's funny is they won the first 2 faceoffs and then just iced it.
Yeah.
This time they lost the faceoff cleanly. Wilmette took the shot from the point and hit a body out in front, and then Cherry broke in all alone. So 3 goals in less than 4 minutes for Peoria. This was scoreless with 6 minutes left in the game. Now it's 3-0. So it looks like this Cinderella story for the Wilmette Junior Trevians is going to come to an end, but what a story it was. 8th seed, 11-9-3 in the regular season, and they played for the championship here today, but just too much Mustangs. This is Provost. Shot is knocked away by Ochoa. Now near corner. Out in front, swept wide. Puck is loose in the slot. Sackett back at the point. Takes the slap shot, catches Ashione, who's having trouble moving, and we got a whistle. What do we got?
Looks like they'll call a trip.
Maybe a tripping call on Wilmette or on Peoria.
It looks like it's going to be on.
It's going to be on Warren for Wilmette.
Yeah.
Yep. So the Peoria Junior Mustangs, the number 2 seed, 15-5-3 in the regular season, 3-0 in round robin play, are looking to be the Bantam Minor champions here in 25-26.
And the coaching staff for Peoria, they're imploring the fans who made the long road trip here over these past few days to make some noise.
Get up and make some noise. Why not, right?
30 seconds away from championship.
I spend the last 2 days asking people to sit down and move over so that we could see the ice cleanly. Well, I'm going to keep my mouth shut here. I'm going to let these Peoria fans stand and enjoy this. If you got to come 2.5 hours north, you may as well win a championship, and Peoria is going to do just that. We're down under 10. McCauley has it. He will skate the time away, and the Peoria Junior Mustangs are the 25-26 Central State Bantam Minor Champions.
And really a fantastic effort from both teams today. It just kind of fell apart for the junior Trevians there at the end of the game, but you know, both of them playing phenomenal defense. Both goaltenders doing an outstanding job, and Billingsley in goal for Peoria really made the difference there, as there was a lot of pressure on her side of the net all throughout the first part of the game, and she held strong throughout and allowed her team to come away with this victory.
Yeah, Kinley Billingsley set the tone with a couple of big saves early. Peoria got some offense in the third, and the Mustangs are your fourth and final champion of the day. Well, that's it. 14 games in 2 days here from Canlan, West Dundee. My broadcast partner today, Matt Donnelly. My broadcast partner yesterday was Joe Williamson. Thank you to both of you. Thank you to everybody that was involved with Central States this year. Jimmy Wright, all of the team presidents and managers and coaches, the fans, the parents, the rinks, my broadcast partners, the players. Thank you for watching. This has been Central States Hockey on Stream Sports Midwest. We'll talk to you soon.